The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from the lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties of each member other than the majority and the minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since President Biden took office and put a stop to the construction of a wall along our southern border, more than 1.3 million illegal immigrants have entered our country and avoided apprehension. Now, as Title 42 is set to expire, a mass of migrants from Central America have formed at our points of entry, from McAllen, Texas to San Diego, California. This represents both a security and a humanitarian crisis. As resources are strained and migrants overwhelm our Border Patrol agents, allowing more deadly drugs to continue to spill into our great United States. In March, fentanyl seizures increased by 25% just from the prior month. We've seen the deadly toll that fentanyl-related substances have on our communities. And in the past 2 years, more than 14,000 pounds of this deadly drug have been seized, enough to kill every man, woman, and child in America. The problems on the border are widespread, and so far in 2023, 80 people whose names appear on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended at our southern border. These statistics show the danger of this administration's failed and negligent border policies. Our commitment to America means offering an alternative that once again put Pennsylvania families first. It's time to pass the Secure the Border Act. It's time to end catch and release. It's time to increase the number of Border Patrol agents. And it is time to finally complete construction of the border wall on our southern border. What Americans need right now is a nation that's safe, not more hand-wringing from the Biden administration. It is time, and the time is now, to finally protect our southern border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Vice Chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I want to highlight some of the ongoing work of our caucus, our colleagues, CHC, and with its working group on migrant families. Last month, in anticipation of the elimination of Title 42, a Trump-era measure, our working group sat to work and develop recommendations that were subsequently submitted to Secretary Mayorkas, outlining the CHC's proposals to protect the values of our nation, the rights of immigrants, asylum seekers, the rights of families to enter our country and make their case before government as they flee political violence, as they flee gang violence, as they flee food insecurity, as they flee environmental crises that forces perhaps a mom to take her 3 children and walk for thousands of miles to our border. Mr. Speaker, immigration is not a matter that is exclusive of the United States of America. It is a worldwide matter. And mothers across the planet are often forced, and families are often forced, because of violence, because of war, because of environmental crisis, because of food insecurity, to seek a better life for their and their children. So we submitted a series of recommendations to Secretary Mayorkas. Among them, the first one was not to resort back to the family detention model that was perpetrated during the Trump administration. This model, we know and experts feel, scars children, some of them for life. We saw the photos and the images of children incarcerated in cages during those days. And those children, experts feel, could be scarred and traumatized for life. So we asked Secretary Mayorkas not to resort back to the family detention model. And we were happy to see that he did that. Next, in our series of proposals was to grant and continue to grant the parole program for Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Venezuela. Mr. Speaker, there is a crisis of democracy in the Western Hemisphere. And in this chapter of history, it's not characterized by a left-leaning government crisis or a right-leaning government crisis. It is impacting countries on both ends. And so it is prudent and appropriate to grant those that are fleeing political violence, whose lives are in danger, as we grant to Ukrainians that come to the border and other folks that are fleeing political violence and escaping murder, the opportunity to make their case for asylum. So we were happy to see that that program will continue and provide a legal pathway for those seeking asylum. Though several elements of that particular program may not necessarily be the best, but it is one that provides that path, a legal path of access to the United States government to make their case for asylum. I further applaud Mr. Mayorkas' efforts to implement a new program that basically applies for citizens of El Salvador, Colombia, Honduras, and Guatemala. It provides the ability to have family reunification. We often hear, time and time again, how family values are an integral part of America, and that when families are together, our nation is stronger. When families are divided, our nation is weaker. So this particular program will assist in bringing through legal pathways again, providing family reunification efforts and abilities for people, citizens of El Salvador, Colombia, Honduras, and Guatemala. These are both very good programs. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a step in the right direction. I'll yield back the remaining part of my time.
Chairman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate General Stephen E. Osborne for being appointed by Governor Kim Reynolds as the 28th Adjunct General of the Iowa National Guard. General Osborne is a native of Davenport, Iowa, and enlisted in the Army in 1984. Actually, 10 years after my own enlistment in the Army. He went on to commission as an infantry officer through the University of Alabama in 1990 before transferring to the Iowa National Guard in 1992. General Osborne deployed to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait in 1991 during the Persian Gulf War. He then deployed to Kosovo in 2004 in support of Operation Joint Guardian, and Iraq in 2009 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He has served as the Iowa National Guard's Deputy Adjunct General since 2018 and will now manage more than 2,000 full-time employees and nearly 9,000 part-time soldiers and airmen in his new role as Adjunct General. Iowans can trust the National Guard will be in great hands under the leadership of General Osborne. I wish him the very best as he transitions into this important role. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Iowa Vietnam Veterans Recognition Day, which was held yesterday, May 8th, and to recognize our veterans' service to this great nation. The commemorative ceremony is held annually to honor our 115,000 Iowa Vietnam veterans for their service and remember the 868 Iowans who made the ultimate sacrifice during the war. This year's ceremony was held at the Iowa Vietnam Veterans Memorial, dedicated to those who died in combat or after the war as a result of their service. The Vietnam War was one of our country's most painful times, and our veterans were often not welcomed home. My brother was one of those. I'd like to take this chance to thank all of them for their bravery, sacrifice, and strength. During last week's recess, I had the privilege of visiting with veterans across the 1st District. As an elected official and as chair of the Health Subcommittee of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, I felt it was my duty to reassure them that the Limit, Save, and Grow Act would not cut veterans' benefits or resources. As long as I am in Congress, I will always fight to improve and protect our veterans' benefits. And so it's important that we always take the time to recognize the patriotism, the dedication, and the willingness of our veterans to fight for our liberties and our way of life. Our service members dedicate their lives to protecting our nation, and it's our duty to honor those commitments both during and after their service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of New Hanover County Commissioner Deb Hayes. All who knew Deb knew her steadfast devotion to her family, her faith, and to her community. Born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky, she later made Wilmington, North Carolina home, where she was a pillar in the community, and her pride for New Hanover County was unmatched. As a New Hanover County Commissioner, Deb served with the utmost integrity and honor. She loved nothing more than giving back to the citizens of Wilmington and New Hanover County and was continually improving the lives of those around her in every way. She was proud to serve as chair of the Wilmington Planning Commission and as a member of the Wilmington Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. And beyond Deb's work and influence as a county commissioner, she was involved with multiple charities and community organizations, including the Airlie Gardens Foundation, the North Carolina Azalea Festival, the Wilmington Airport Authority, the Community Leaders Task Force, Lump to Laughter, Habitat for Humanity, and the Wilmington Area Rebuilding Ministry. Now, some of her greatest charitable accomplishments include building more than 20 Habitat for Humanity homes, as well as 10 homes in Guatemala while on a mission trip, participating in the rebuilding of post-Hurricane New Orleans, and helping to rebuild our own communities in southeastern North Carolina after Hurricane Florence hit. Deb also enjoyed a very rewarding and successful career as a realtor and will be forever loved and missed by her Intracoastal Realty family. Now, I have no doubt Deb's spirit and love for our community will be felt for many years to come. She was a fierce and gracious force for good, always bringing so much enthusiasm and love for every facet of life. The lives that have been and will continue to be impacted by her legacy are countless. Hers truly was a great life lived. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Donna Gerardo. Donna was a fixture in the Wilmington community and will be remembered as a talented business leader, dedicated public servant, and a great friend and mentor to so many. After moving to the Wilmington area in the late 1990s, Donna led a successful career and served New Hanover County in many different capacities. She began her career in southeastern North Carolina by working for the Cape Fear Realtors. She then went on to serve as executive director of the Wilmington Cape Fear Home Builders Association and founded the Business Alliance for a Sound Economy, also known as BASE. Beyond her successful business endeavors, Donna held numerous leadership positions in our community, including 4 terms as chair of the New Hanover County Planning Board and 4 consecutive years as chair of the Wilmington International Airport Authority, making her the first female to chair an airport authority in North Carolina. Donna always stood firm in her faith and enjoyed serving her fellow man through her church as well. As a testament to her commitment to serving others, in 2020, Donna was a recipient of the Order of the Longleaf Pine, the state's highest civilian award for service. Donna was a generous and great leader who will be sorely missed. Her numerous contributions to the Wilmington community will never, ever be forgotten. Hers is a tremendous legacy that will be felt for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mary Jean Greco. Jenny was born in 1955 in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. As the daughter of two medical professionals, she always knew she wanted to devote her life to the service of others. Her professional career consisted of many healthcare roles, including being a tech in her father's surgical suite and selling medical equipment for some of the top manufacturers in the country. Outside of her professional career, she was always involved in local issues and advocacy. A devout Catholic, she would pray the rosary every morning before beginning her day. A stranger to no one, Jeannie was well known for her ability to work a room and make friends with ease. Spending time with her family was her favorite activity. She traveled often, especially to visit her sister who lives in Hawaii. The two of them went around the world, including stops in Russia and Cuba. My thoughts and prayers are with the entire Greco family and anyone who had the joy of knowing Jenny. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of James Alexander Atwood Sr., a great husband, a loving father, and a proud American. James was born in December of 1925 in Summerall, Mississippi. In 1942, at the age of 17, he enlisted in the Navy and served with honor and distinction through World War II and the Korean War. He retired from the Navy in 1965 with the rank of Chief Hospital Corpsman. James was awarded the Good Conduct Medal with 4 stars, the WW2 Victory Medal, and the United Nations Service Medal. After his career with the Navy, James went on to be a successful pharmaceutical sales rep in Winston, Georgia. An avid traveler, he visited 43 countries and even had tea with the future King of England, Prince Charles III. In 2004, James and his wife of 49 years, Louise, relocated to the Golden Isles. He is survived by his wife, son, 3 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. My thoughts and prayers go out to the Atwood family during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Ken Greiner as he is inducted into the Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame class of 2023. Ken is a Savannah native, playing football and baseball for Savannah Christian before going off to Bruton Parker Junior College, then to the University of Georgia, where he was a standout baseball player. On the gridiron, Ken went 24-4 as the starting quarterback at a Savannah Christian, and on the diamond, he was the most valuable player and team captain. At the University of Georgia, his batting average was .317, and he was a stellar defensive player. After graduating from Georgia, Ken began a distinguished 35-year career in TV broadcasting, working for 3 different Savannah stations. For the last decade, he has been in various roles at the local Savannah CBS affiliate WTOC, including anchor, co-host, and sports reporter. On top of his on-the-air duties at WTOC, Ken is also the director of broadcasting at Calvary Day School. Congratulations to Ken and to all the inductees into this year's 2023 Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Walter Dumas, a great husband, loving father, and proud American. I had the privilege of knowing Mr. Dumas and last saw him 2 days before his passing at the Stand Up for America Day parade in Port Wentworth. Mr. Dumas was born in May of 1922 in McRae, Georgia. He served his country with honor and distinction during World War II and is a proud member of the United States Army. At the end of the war, he was in Tokyo Harbor when the Paris Peace Accords were signed. Mr. Dumas was an avid outdoorsman, gardener, and fan of the Atlanta Braves. He was a faithful member of my home church, the Port Wentworth United Methodist Church, and he remained a member of the Frank F. Baker Masonic Lodge for 70 years. He was preceded in death by his loving wife of 66 years, Polly, my school bus driver. Survived by his 3 children, 5 grandchildren, and 9 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-granddaughter, Mr. Dumas is certain to be dearly missed. My sincerest condolences are with the Dumas family during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about something near and dear to my heart, dairy. As you may know, you may have heard me say in the past, I have milk flowing through my veins. As a proud descendant of dairy farmers, I know how important this industry is to Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and our country. As a longtime supporter of dairy, I'm proud to continue to use my voice to recognize our dairy farmers. Recently, I introduced the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act with 36 of my colleagues and bipartisan support. We currently have 47 co-sponsors, and I encourage my colleagues to join this legislation. This bill would allow for flavored and unflavored whole milk to be offered in school cafeterias. Whole milk is rich with health benefits and 13 essential nutrients vital to the healthy development of our children. From better bone health to lower blood pressure, milk is a powerhouse of nutrients. In fact, according to the most recent dietary guidelines for Americans, milk is a source of 3 out of 4 underconsumed nutrients: calcium, potassium, and vitamin D. No other beverage nationally comes close to this level of nutritional value. Sadly, bad federal policy has kept whole milk out of our school cafeterias for too long. In 2010, Congress passed the Healthy, Hunger-Free Kids Act, which amended nutrition standards in the school lunch program. Among the changes, the law mandated that flavored milk must be fat-free within the program. This law, along with lower participation in the program, mostly I would say due to a bad milk experience, led to an alarming decline in milk consumption in schools since 2010. From 2014 to 2016, schools served 213 million fewer half pints of milk, even though public school enrollment was growing. Children over 4 years old are not meeting the recommended daily servings of milk in the dietary guidelines of America. Given the nutritional value of milk and the fact that young minds need to be well nourished to perform at their best, this is a cause for concern. Mr. Speaker, in order for students to excel in the classroom, they must have access to proper nutrition. It's my hope the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act will give children a wide variety of milk options and bolster milk consumption. A win-win for growing children and America's dairy farmers. As I mentioned earlier, dairy is a crucial part of PA 15 and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'm proud to represent more than 1,040 dairy farms across 18 counties. Across the Keystone State, we have 500,000 cows producing more than 10.2 billion pounds of milk annually. The level of production puts Pennsylvania as the 7th highest in milk production across our country. We're also the second nationally in terms of the number of dairy farms with 6,200. The Pennsylvania dairy industry provides 52,000 jobs across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and generates $14.7 billion in annual revenue. In fact, Pennsylvania is now home to a new record Holstein cow, Chromeview Charles 3044. This 13-year-old registered Holstein cow is in her 10th lactation and broke the record with her lifetime milk production record of 478,200 pounds of milk, 14,447 pounds of fat, and 12,576 pounds of protein and counting. She's a member of the Mason's Chromeview herd, where they have 500 registered Holstein cows. This monumental milk production record surpasses the total record of 460,720 pounds of lifetime milk set by Stone Fort leader Hilda in 2020. Prior to Hilda, Copec K 0017229-1660 broke the record in 2003 with a lifetime milk total of 458,616 pounds. The record was established in 1978 by Breezewood Patsy Bar Pontiac, with her final lifetime total of 425,769 pounds. Her owners say that the new record holder, her owners say that she is your typical dairy cow, spending her time eating, chewing her cud, being milked, or resting in one of her 3 favorite stalls. But 3044 is no ordinary cow. Her 478,200 pound lifetime milk production record total is equivalent to 55,605 gallons of milk, 889,674 cups of milk, 47,820 pounds of cheese, enough cheese for 127,520 12-inch pizzas and 593,120 scoops of ice cream. Mr. Speaker, like I said at the beginning of my time on the floor, I'm proud to have milk running through my veins, and dairy is more than an industry for those in Pennsylvania. It's a way of life, and I will continue to advocate for this industry and way of life. Thank you very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chairman from Pennsylvania's time's expired, yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today. The House will be in order. The prayer would be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, be our guide for the week ahead of us. In all that will be discussed, debated, and disputed, reveal your direction in each deliberation. May each of us not only have the eyes to see how you would lead us, but a heart inclined to your word, and the will to follow your own, wherever you will take us to accomplish your work in this place. Call us again to humble ourselves, and in response, may we assume a posture of obedience, an attitude of surrender, and offer this day and ourselves to you. Unburden us from the worry and anxiety that attends us, and free us from the chains that bind us, that we would learn to live our lives in hope. With our prayers and in our living, we commit ourselves to seek first your righteousness. Add unto us the clarity of your claim on us this day, the wisdom of your word in our hearts, and the certainty of your sovereignty over our lives. In your strong name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House by a matter provides to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful as chairman of the U.S. Helsinki Commission to have led a bipartisan congressional delegation to Germany, Poland, and Ukraine with Representatives Steve Cohen and Victoria Sparks. In Berlin, we met with the Justice State Secretary, Dr. Angelika Schulnick, and the National Security Advisor, Jens Plutner, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Secretary of State, Andreas Michaelis, and Ministry of Defense Director Jasper Wieck. After visiting Nuremberg, Lieutenant General Andrew Rowling welcomed the delegation to the 7th Army Grafenwehr training area and the 10th Mountain Division trainers. At Bucha, Ukraine, survivors of the war criminal Putin's mass murder shared stories with us, and Mayor Antonil Fedoli joined us. Additionally, we were joined by U.S. Ambassador Bridget Brink and U.S. Ambassador Mike Carpenter, Defense Minister Okhil Reznikov, to thank America for the support given to our efforts in Ukraine prior to meeting with President Vladimir Zelensky, who emphasized his gratitude for American commitment for democracy. We concluded in Warsaw with U.S. Ambassador Mark Brzezinski and Polish Deputy Foreign Minister Andrzej Mukaresh. Friends of democracy are inspired by the courageous Ukrainians supported by valued allies of Germany and Poland.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 39, joint resolution disapproving the rules submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation duties and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 676, the Coastal Communities Ocean Acidification Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 32, H.R. 676, a bill to amend the Federal Ocean Acidification Research and Monitoring Act of 2009 to require the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to collaborate with the state and local governments and Indian tribes on vulnerability assessments related to ocean acidification, research planning, and similar activities, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 676, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 676, the Coastal Communities Ocean Acidification Act. This bill contains simple and straightforward tweaks to an important program and existing working group. It ensures the participation of Indian tribes and affected communities in ocean and coastal acidification activities. Over a decade ago, the Federal Ocean Acidification Research and Monitoring Act of 2009 directed the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, to increase their focus on ocean and coastal acidification, the process in which the chemistry of oceans is altered and made more acidic after absorbing carbon dioxide. To do this, NOAA established an interagency working group with state and local governments, industry, academia, and other representatives. They also stood up a research program and published a strategic plan for coordinated federal activities on acidification. Yet, while not excluded from these activities, there was no direct mention of the inclusion of Indian tribes and communities affected by ocean coastal acidification. This bill remedies that oversight by including specific language to coordinate vulnerability assessments and research planning with state, local, and tribal governments. This bill also ensures that 2 representatives from Indian tribes, tribal organizations, or tribal consortia affected by ocean acidification are on the Ocean Acidification Advisory Board with the other members of industry, academia, and subject matter experts. When it comes to acidification, it is a common misconception that only communities touching the ocean see the effects. In fact, the most recent ocean acidification research plan found that the Great Lakes are projected to become more acidic at a rate similar to that of the oceans. This finding raises concerns for me because part of my district in Ohio sits on the southern shore of Lake Erie and benefits from the $7 billion annual economic value that the Great Lakes provides. Luckily, NOAA recognizes the tremendous asset that the region offers and has a dedicated laboratory, the Great Lakes Environmental Research Laboratory, to conduct a scientific research on the Great Lakes and their coastal ecosystems. That is why I support the all-hands-on-deck approach this bill ensures. Smaller or overlooked communities like Indian tribes have direct knowledge of the effects of acidification both on the coast and inland, and can be an important resource. It only makes sense that they have a seat at the table to provide input on research, assessments, and mitigation that will benefit all of us. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Maine, Mrs. Pingree, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, for introducing this bill, and their many co-sponsors for supporting it. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman
Speaker,
reserves?
Yeah.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 676, the Coastal Communities Ocean Acidification Act of 2023, alongside my colleague from the state of Ohio. In bipartisan fashion, we gather here today in the Congress, encouraging our colleagues to support this incredibly important piece of legislation introduced by my colleague, Ms. Pingree of Maine, and alongside alongside her, Mr. Waltz of Florida, two members who certainly understand the importance of ocean acidification. And my colleague from Ohio is spot on. As members from the Great Lakes region, we do applaud NOAA's efforts to understand the Great Lakes and to observe their inner workings. And at long last, we are finally now requiring to bring the collaboration of our tribal communities into the Ocean Acidification Board of NOAA. Tribes and their incredible expertise, their knowledge, and their inner workings of our oceans will be important contributors to this board, the history of this board, and the way in which we move forward to advance the science of ocean acidification and mitigating the negative impacts of acidification on the livelihood, traditions, and well-being of coastal communities. Acidification has resulted from the oceans absorbing about 30% of the world's atmospheric carbon emissions. This change in water chemistry has certainly had detrimental impacts on the health of aquatic organisms by inhibiting their ability to grow and develop. The impacts can be felt across all levels of the ocean ecosystem, and it seriously impacts coastal economic activities such as fisheries, aquaculture, and ecotourism. Indeed, ocean acidification, and we know this most prominently through the discussion of our reefs, has already impacted considerable socioeconomic parts of our oceans. So it is also true that the impacts are felt well beyond coastal communities and supporting their fight against ocean and coastal acidification, and it should be a national endeavor, which is again why we are bringing today's legislation before you. H.R. 676 would improve the ability of coastal communities to respond to the challenges of acidification by including 2 representatives from Indian tribes. So important to say that. 2 representatives from Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and tribal consortia from affected communities, thereby integrating the traditional ecological knowledge into science and addressing societal inequities, inclusion at its best. Additionally, the bill supports the continued dissemination of research, data, and monitoring efforts among federal agencies, non-federal resource managers, and affected stakeholders by maintaining the ocean acidification information exchange knowledge. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation that rises to the challenge of ocean and coastal acidification, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would now like to yield several minutes, 2 minutes, to the gentle lady from Maine, Ms. Pingree.
The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much to my colleague from Michigan for both being a strong supporter of this bill and yielding me the time. And thank you to the gentleman from Ohio for understanding the role of the Great Lakes, so the role of ocean acidification impacts all of us. I truly appreciate your support of this bipartisan bill, and I want to thank Chair Lucas and Ranking Member Lofgren for their work to address the impacts that climate change has had on our oceans. I want to rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 676, the Coastal Communities Ocean Acidification Act, a bipartisan bill that would direct the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to support the current efforts of coastal communities already facing the impacts of ocean acidification, particularly underserved and rural coastal communities, and better equip them with the resources to respond. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations are now higher than at any time in the last 2 million years, and about 30% of the carbon dioxide we release into the atmosphere is absorbed by the ocean. More carbon dioxide in our waters creates challenging growing conditions for marine organisms, especially those with calcium carbonate shells, such as clams, lobsters, and oysters. Ocean acidification threatens not only our fisheries, but the entire blue economy, our marine resources, industries, jobs, as well as coastal communities like mine that depend on them. A 2020 report found that in the United States, particularly in the waters off of Maine and Massachusetts, ocean acidification hotspots could lead to economic losses of $400 million a year by 2100. In a state renowned for its lobster and shellfish, which, as you know, is Maine, you can imagine we take this threat very seriously. I'm proud of the efforts in Maine to tackle this challenge, such as through implementing ocean monitoring and data collection and exploring the ability of seaweed and kelp to lower the acidity. My bill would support these efforts and more by improving NOAA's collaboration with state, local, and tribal governments.
Time has expired.
I'd like to yield the gentlelady from Maine
30 seconds.
30 more seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank Apologize. State, local, and tribal governments on community vulnerability assessments, research planning, and similar activities related to ocean and coastal acidification. In addition, ensuring the ocean acidification information exchange will bolster data sharing on ocean acidification research, data, and monitoring efforts between federal experts, community acidification networks, and other affected stakeholders. This legislation will address the growing and far-reaching threat of ocean acidification to help ensure our ocean industries, including fisheries and communities that depend on them, are more resilient to our changing oceans. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 676 today, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for this time, and I'm prepared to close once the gentlewoman from Michigan does.
Madam Speaker, we are prepared to close, but we are also delighted to have new members of the Science Committee who join us in passing bipartisan legislation. We are so grateful for the expertise from our colleague from Maine and the phenomenal leadership of our ranking member, Ms. Lofgren, and certainly our chair, Mr. Lucas. And with that, Madam Speaker, we are prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
We yield the balance of the time. We are prepared and yield the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate my support for this bill, H.R. 676. Despite the title, the Coastal Communities Ocean Acidification Act has potential to benefit more than just coastal communities and oceans. The Great Lakes Basin is home to approximately 43 million people, 8% of the United States population, and supports $62 billion in wages. This region and my constituents in Ohio are a small piece of the $1 billion United States shellfish industry and hundreds of thousands of jobs that are affected by ocean and coastal acidification. Increasing the involvement of Indian tribes with the ongoing NOAA ocean acidification work will protect this critical economic pillar and lead to solutions that the entire country can benefit from. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Michigan. Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 676? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1715, the Advanced Weather Model Computing Development Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 33, H.R. 1715, a bill to direct the Department of Energy and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to conduct collaborative research in order to advance numerical weather and climate prediction in the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1715, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1715, the Advanced Weather Model Computing Development Act. This legislation authorized the collaborative research partnership between the United States Department of Energy and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to improve weather modeling and prediction on high-performance computers. Americans rely on accurate weather forecasting before, during, and after extreme weather events. Recent severe weather outbreaks across the country have further highlighted the increased need for more accurate and effective prediction of extreme weather in every region of the country. This type of weather prediction relies on the analysis of increasingly large and complex data sets through access to high-performance computing resources. DOE is home to some of the most advanced supercomputers, including the first exascale computer and the most advanced scientific computer capabilities in the world. This legislation will enable large leaps in knowledge and operational tools by leveraging DOE's high-performance computing capabilities to analyze NOAA's complex and large weather data sets. By working together, DOE and NOAA can combine their respective expertise to solve some of today's most challenging problems in environmental science. By authorizing this partnership, we can ensure these agencies can continue their essential interagency research for years to come. We can also save taxpayer money by sharing mutually beneficial resources instead of building out duplicative capabilities at different agencies. This legislation would codify that partnership and provide new paths forward for this important work, new mechanisms for collaboration. In this way, we can increase government efficiency by working across the larger federal landscape, a good government measure that will not only result in the protection of lives and property, but also efficiently utilizing existing federal research dollars. It's smart, bipartisan policy, and I'd like to thank Ranking Member Ross for working with me on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in enthusiastic support of H.R. 1715, the Advanced Weather Model Computing Development Act, introduced by Representatives Deborah Ross and Max Miller. This good bipartisan legislation significantly advances the weather forecasting and climate modeling missions of the Department of Energy and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA, by authorizing collaborative research partnerships between the agencies. Climate change is fueling extreme weather events which pose significant threats to life and causes massive property damage across the United States. My home state of California has experienced billion-dollar extreme weather events and disasters. No state in our nation is untouched by the damage, physical and emotional impacts of windstorms, flooding, and other disasters. Deadly storms across the South and Midwest and entire communities being washed away in Alaska are only a few of the many challenges that extreme weather events and climate change pose. In my own district in California, we've seen flooding in Monterey County, in Pajaro, in Watsonville, in San Benito County, and great devastation and suffering. Supporting a robust federal weather and climate research enterprise is invaluable to the safety and well-being of the nation. This bill is a necessary push forward for our weather and climate modeling capabilities as it lets NOAA utilize DOE's high-performing computing capabilities and expertise. It also would improve the scientific computing infrastructure between both agencies, a critical need that NOAA has repeatedly expressed as being a roadblock to more timely and accurate weather forecasts. An important aspect of this research bill would support is that it would improve NOAA's ability to accurately forecast weather and climate events by improving the utilization of pre-existing data streams. This increases the bang for the buck for every taxpayer's dollar spent on acquiring data while also improving our nation's resilience to weather and climate disasters. I want to thank again the sponsors of this legislation, strongly urge all members of the House to support this timely and important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I am pleased to recognize the enormously talented member of the Science Committee from North Carolina, Representative Ross, for 2 minutes.
Sounds good.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1715, the Advanced Weather Model Computing Development Act. As all members know, the United States has witnessed an alarming rise in severe weather events. According to NOAA, in 2020 alone, the U.S. experienced 22 disasters in which the total damages exceeded $1 billion. North Carolina is no stranger to extreme weather. Flooding occurs an average of every 7.6 days in my home state. Hurricanes Matthew and Florence in 2016 and 2018 killed 76 people and caused a combined $21.8 billion in damages. As climate change continues to drive the growing number of severe weather events, accurate and timely forecasts have never been more important for protecting American lives. This bill will enable NOAA to do just that by fostering a groundbreaking partnership with DOE that will tap DOE's computing resources, expertise, and improve weather modeling. Our bipartisan legislation with Congressman Miller will enhance tools available to outstanding forecasters at the National Weather Service who dedicate their time and expertise to protecting lives, property, aviation, commerce, agriculture, and so much more. I also want to thank Ranking Member Lofgren and Chairman Lucas for their leadership. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized. Gentlewoman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for this time, and I'm prepared to close once the gentlewoman from California is.
Then I would be pleased to yield.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I would be pleased to yield to a valued member of the Science Committee, Ms. Stevens, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren, and thank you to my phenomenal colleague, Ms. Ross, for her leadership in putting forth this piece of legislation in a bipartisan way alongside our colleague, Mr. Miller, from the other side of the aisle. Ms. Ross hails from Research Triangle Park, and there's no one better in this institution to understand and put forth the systems of our supercomputer technology, matching the Department of Energy alongside NOAA to get in front of these storms that are hitting us more ferociously and faster than ever before. Every single member of this body can talk about their experience with a storm in their state or in their district. This is very real, and we know that supercomputer technology puts forth the best and the fastest applications matched with NOAA and their capabilities to match these data sets with what will help us get in front of these storms. And so I want to thank Ms. Ross, who is a second-term member on the Science Committee, alongside our ranking member and our chair. I urge all my colleagues to join us in passing this bipartisan legislation, getting in front of storms, getting in front of climate change, and making people's lives better. Thank you, and I yield back, or reserve.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yes, I would just like to close by saying how grateful I am to Representative Ross for the expertise and diligence and hard work that she puts in on the Science Committee. Her knowledge is invaluable, but there's something else. You know, we in this body, we know there's sometimes acrimony and fighting. She's someone, along with Mr. Miller, who want to get things done, who put aside that kind of dissension and work together for the betterment of our country. And for that, I'm grateful to both of them, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I feel the same way and echo the sentiment, so thank you. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, H.R. 1715 is a good government bill that leverages existing federal research dollars to advance weather and climate science that will protect American lives and property. It's bipartisan, common sense legislation, which is why it recently passed unanimously through the committee. I urge my colleagues to support this bill once again, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1715? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1734, the Trank Research Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 34, H.R. 1734, a bill to require coordinated National Institute of Standards and Technology Science and Research activities regarding illicit drugs containing xylazine, novel synthetic opioids, and other substances of concern and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 302, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1734, the Trank Research Act, led by Representative Collins and Representative Caraveo. Unfortunately, we are all too familiar with the destruction opioids like fentanyl are causing our communities. Now these drugs are being mixed with animal tranquilizers to create deadly new combinations. Drugs like Trank are presenting new challenges for law enforcement, healthcare professionals, and first responders. Without a better understanding of this drug, we cannot slow its spread, combat its effects, or ensure safe handling. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, known as NIST, has already done extraordinary work on fentanyl detection, and this bill allows them to apply their resources and expertise to analyzing these new variants. With NIST's help, we'll improve our ability to detect and identify these drugs and improve the tools available to keep first responders and law enforcement safe when dealing with them. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1734, the Trank Research Act, a bill that I was proud to co-sponsor, but I need to thank especially our colleagues, Representative Yadira Caraveo and Representative Mike Collins, for leading this legislation, as well as Chairman Frank Lucas for his support. Synthetic opioids such as fentanyl have taken a terrible toll on communities all across the country, including in my own district. Fentanyl is now involved in more deaths of Americans under 50 than any other cause of death. As if the opioid epidemic wasn't bad enough already, our communities now have to deal with various chemicals being added to these drugs that, quote, enhance their effects and make them harder to detect. One chemical that criminals have started to use is a common animal tranquilizer called xylazine. When added to fentanyl, this animal tranquilizer can have terrible side effects, including horrible wounds at the injection site. These additives are also consequential to our first responders and to law enforcement as they deal with these drugs on the street. Drug mixtures usually contain a very small amount of synthetic opioids, which makes it difficult to detect and hard to identify new variants. Even small amounts of some drugs can be dangerous for law enforcement and public health officials to handle. This bill would address these challenges by leveraging the NIST's unique research capabilities to help develop technologies to quickly characterize and safely handle street drugs. For decades, NIST, the nation's measurement laboratory, has helped to provide safe and effective drug detection techniques and handling practices. NIST also collects and analyzes drug samples in circulation to help health authorities as well as law enforcement better respond to this crisis. This bill would codify as well as enhance those ongoing efforts. This is just a fantastic example of how we can activate the unique expertise in our government laboratories to benefit communities across the country. We can use science to make law enforcement and first responders safer and help fight this drug epidemic. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my fellow freshman colleague for yielding me a few extra minutes, seeing as I am from Georgia and he's from Ohio and I don't talk as fast. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank Representative Caraveo, Chairman Lucas, and Ranking Member Lofgren, and the other members of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee who have joined 22 of their colleagues in co-sponsoring this common sense bill. I rise to call on my colleagues to support H.R. 1734, the Trank Research Act. This bill directs the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, to analyze and advance research on dangerous fentanyl additives that are putting our public safety officers' lives at risk, including those that are guarding our borders. As we have seen, fentanyl has been entering our country at record levels over the past 2 years. Now we are seeing even more harmful chemicals like Trank being added to an already deadly drug. You see, Trank is a deadly substance. It contains a veterinary tranquilizer, xylazine, which combined with fentanyl becomes deadlier than the fentanyl itself. And these drug traffickers dealing in Trank, they're following the same playbook that they used when fentanyl was first flooded into the United States. It took us too long to recognize the dangers of fentanyl once it was first detected, putting the lives of first responders and everyday Americans at risk. These are mistakes we simply can't afford to make with this new drug. As a matter of fact, the Drug Enforcement Agency reports that between 2020 and 2021, detections of Trank and fentanyl increased nearly 200% in the southern United States. Those numbers continue to rise, and first responders are struggling to keep up. This bill is one step in fighting dangerous fentanyl additives, and by understanding what these additives are, how to test for them, and how to safely handle them, we can better protect our first responders. NIST has a long history of partnering with state and local agencies to protect frontline workers from dangerous substances. And the agency has developed new drug detection and identification tools that are used in the field today. It is also a frequent partner of law enforcement, providing analytical services when they come across new services. NIST has also helped create drug handling practices that have become the gold standard for keeping law enforcement officers safe when they have to handle fentanyl and other drugs. And these are exactly the kind of efforts we should be taking with Trank and other novel synthetic opioids that are hitting the market. This is a common sense bill that will allow NIST to focus on its work on Trank and help us to better understand the rise of fentanyl additives plaguing our communities. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm delighted to recognize the leadership of Representative Caraveo on this matter and yield her 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. Today I am proud to stand in strong support of the Testing, Rapid Analysis, and Narcotics Quality Research Act that I introduced with my colleague from Georgia, Representative Mike Collins. In recent months, criminals have turned to xylazine, a common animal tranquilizer, to make fentanyl. If injected, this drug can have horrible side effects, including large wounds at the injection site. As a doctor, I have seen firsthand the horrific impact of the drug crisis on our families and our community. Addictive, dangerous substances like opioids have wreaked havoc in Colorado, where we're losing now approximately 2,000 Colorados a year to fentanyl and meth overdoses. These numbers are likely to worsen with the emergence of xylazine. Our bipartisan legislation directs the National Institutes of Standards and Technology to make it easier and faster to detect drugs containing xylazine and novel synthetic opioids. It also supports the development of safe handling processes to protect law enforcement officers and forensic chemists from this dangerous substance. This effort will ensure our first responders have the support that they need to detect, identify, and better understand synthetic opioids and ultimately help save American lives. At a time of deep division in our country, I am encouraged by the bipartisan support to address this next wave of the drug crisis. I want to thank Representative Collins for working with me to introduce this bill, and Chairman Lucas and Ranking Member Lofgren for their help on bringing it to the House floor. I would like to also thank Senators Welch and Cruz for spearheading this effort in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor to recognize Representative Stevens, a valued member of our committee, for one minute.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. For everyone watching back at home, H.R. 1734 is bipartisan lawmaking at its best. A new member of Congress, Mr. Collins from Georgia, the subcommittee chair for research and technology on the House Science Committee, a committee I was privileged to serve as the chair of for the subcommittee for the 2 terms, alongside the brilliant Miss Carvalho, another new member of Congress from Colorado, coming together to tackle an opioid epidemic plaguing the American people, plaguing youth, and getting in front of Trank, utilizing, and this is why the Science Committee, for everyone watching back at home, is so very important, because we are utilizing NIST, the standards agency of the United States of America, to make sure that we can track and tackle these insidious drugs that are in our streets, that are in our neighborhoods, and that are in our homes. So I want to thank Ms. Caravello. I want to thank Mr. Collins and the leadership of this committee. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from
I am
California.
prepared to close. I would like to just say, if the gentleman continues to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
We're ready to close.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
This is another example of how the Science Committee can successfully follow our history of bipartisan work for the well-being of our country. 2 freshmen coming together for something that's important. I thank Mr. Collins, but I also want to mention Representative Caravello is not just Representative Caravello, she's Dr. Caravello. She comes with significant expertise to this body, and especially to the Science Committee. We're grateful to her constituents for sending her to us. She's, like Mr. Collins, only been here several months, but she's already shown leadership, focus on law enforcement and health, and a real willingness to work on a bipartisan basis to solve problems that face our country. So with that, I'd like to thank her, thank Representative Collins, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've heard today, this zombie drug has gruesome side effects and is leading to an alarming rate of overdose deaths. Overdose deaths involving Trank have increased in all regions of the United States, according to the DEA. From 2020 to 2021, these deaths surged 100% in the Northeast, more than 500% in the Midwest, and 750% in the West, as well as skyrocketing by more than 1,100% in the South. Our first responders need every tool they can to identify and to fight this growing epidemic of synthetic drugs. H.R. 1734 will authorize NIST to do and give them the tools by expanding real-time analysis capabilities to frontline workers like law enforcement and EMTs. This legislation was favorably reported out of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee by a vote of 36-0. It's bipartisan and addresses a critical issue every district in the nation is facing. I want to thank Representative Collins and Representative Caravello for your leadership on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1734 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 676 and H.R. 1715, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval on the journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 676, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 32, H.R. 676. A bill to amend the Federal Ocean Acidification Research and Monitoring Act of 2009 to require the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to collaborate with state and local governments and Indian tribes on vulnerability assessments related to ocean acidification, research planning, and similar activities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Thank you. But if I keep that in mind, she always introduces herself as her first name, so it's easy.
On this vote, the yeas are 351, the nays are 58, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1715, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 33, H.R. 1715, a bill to direct the Department of Energy and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to conduct collaborative research in order to advance numerical weather and climate prediction in the United States and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. or wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 356, the nays are 50, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. And the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved.
The House will be in order. Members are advised to take their conversations outside. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
I rise to recognize the victims who lost their lives during the Allen, Texas shooting on Saturday. Christian LaCour, Ashwara Thatakonda, Elio Cumana Rivas, Daniela and Sophia Mendoza, Q, Cindy, and James Cho. I also want to commend first responders for their swift actions that undoubtedly saved countless lives. And finally, we acknowledge the friends and families whose hearts are breaking this evening. The flag atop this building flies at half-staff tonight as a symbol of a nation that grieves with you. Not far from here in Arlington National Cemetery, there is a quote inscribed on the memorial for Robert Kennedy. And even in our sleep, pain that cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart. And in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom to us by the awful grace of God. Let us pray that those impacted by this awful tragedy, that they can receive comfort through God's grace. I ask the House to observe a moment of silence. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Larry Gator Rivers, a great man, a fantastic athlete, and a public service. Gator was born on May 6, 1949 in Savannah, Georgia. During his sophomore year at Alfred Beach High School, Gator was part of the first ever all-African-American team to win the Georgia High School Basketball State Championship. The team went on to win 2 more state titles, bringing Gator's total to 3 state titles. After his dominating high school career at Beach, Larry went on to play at Mobley Junior College and Missouri Western State University. After college, he tried out and impressed the scouts for the Harlem Globetrotters. For 15 years, Gator toured with the Globetrotters as a dribbler for the team. After his career with the Globetrotters, Larry went on to coach at the high school level and created his own training program, Gator Ball Academy. In 2008, Gator moved back to Savannah and continued to run Gator Ball Academy in conjunction with volunteering at the Frank Callen Boys and Girls Club. In 2020, he decided to run for a seat on the Chatham County Commission. He was well known for trying to bring more professional sports to Savannah. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all the Rivers family. To my friend, we will miss you. You will always be with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Walter Dukes and the 1953 National Invitational Tournament championship team from Seton Hall. Walter Dukes was Seton Hall's 7-foot African-American center. He was the team's indisputable leader who pulled down 734 rebounds that year. It was an NCAA record that still stands. He and his team dealt with discrimination and violence for having a black player on the team. But they committed to win and beat St. John's University 58-46 to win the 1953 NIT title, which was the big tournament at the time. Dukes and his Seton Hall teammates are legends in New Jersey's basketball lore. Their magical season shows us the importance of character and faith and success. And as long a time as Seton Hall fan, going to Seton Hall games for 55 years, I am proud to highlight them on the floor today. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize National Charter School Week, during which we celebrate the work that charter schools are doing to expand education freedom and help students thrive in an environment that fits their needs. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all education solutions. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the flaws of rigid learning systems. Millions of students were trapped in failing school districts simply because of their zip code. Now parents are waking up and making their choices heard. Education freedom is the future. Charter schools offer students an alternative pathway that provides access to high-quality education options that would otherwise be unavailable. Charter schools offer students as a chairwoman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I will continue to advocate for educational pathways like charter schools that put students, not politics, first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Members are reminded to abide by the decorum of the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise any of my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I just have to point out that the gentleman and many of the people who just led that moment of silence for the horrible shooting that just happened can't find it within themselves to give a moment of action to make sure that these shootings don't happen in the first place. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in belated celebration of Record Store Day and the incredible record stores that call Central Florida home. Last month, I got to visit many of these stores, hearing from the small business owners and employees about their love for music and what we can do to support the small businesses and the arts. So next time you're in Central Florida, please take the time to visit Bossa and Roll Records, Binks, Foundation College Park, Park Ave CDs, Reruns Records, Remix Records, Retro Records, Rock and Roll Heaven, Smart Punk's Record Shop, Uncle Tony's Donut Shop, which has records, and any store that I may have missed. Thank you so much to all of the record stores for being a vital part of our economy and of our arts community. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a beloved father, husband, and son, and a hero, Specialist Stephen Ray Gibbons, who gave his life in service to our country. As a young child, Stephen was inspired by his grandfather and made the decision to serve. In May of 2005, Stephen gave his life in Balad, Iraq, while serving during Operation Iraqi Freedom, for which he was awarded the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart. Stephen is remembered for his incredible service and deep love and commitment to his family. He loved playing video games with his son in his lap, hunting and fishing, and chatting about military history. Stephen is survived by his mother, Joyce, his son, Blake, and his wife, Keisha. Keisha serves as the Gold Star Congressional Fellow in my Killeen, Texas district office and honors Stephen's legacy daily by serving our veterans, active duty service members, and other Gold Star families at Fort Cavazos and beyond. Camille and I would like to thank Keisha, Joyce, and Blake for their incredible sacrifice, and we join them in remembering Stephen. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It should not be partisan or political to pay our bills, because raising the debt ceiling is simply honoring our word, our commitments. In fact, the Constitution demands that the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned, because Congress has a duty, an obligation embedded in the very framework of our being to raise the debt limit so the world knows that America will never default. Republicans want to skip out on this bill because they don't like how Congress spent it. We spent it, helping the poor, helping veterans, helping seniors. Skipping out is not an option. Since 1960, Congress has renegotiated our debt ceiling 78 times. Under President Trump, and without any fanfare, we raised the debt ceiling 3 times. Now, under President Biden, House Republicans are playing arsonist with the financial well-being of all Americans, threatening to cut SNAP, creating roadblocks for Medicaid, jeopardizing funding for veterans. Mr. Speaker, real leaders would not do this. Mr. Speaker, we should end the madness. I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Thursday, President Biden will be removing a critical border enforcement mechanism from our border agents' arsenal. Title 42 is a Trump-era public health order that allows us to quickly deport illegal immigrants that are abusing our asylum system. Without this order in place, the crisis at our southern and northern border would be even worse than it is now. The impending end of Title 42 is public knowledge. Already, border towns are experiencing yet another surge of illegal immigrants as the end gets closer. Allowing 42 to expire is allowing an already catastrophic situation to get even worse. It's unconscionable either the President or Secretary Mayorkas are treating the border crisis with anything close to seriousness. Thousands of people violate our nation's laws every day and our sovereignty by illegally entering the United States. Drug smuggling, trafficking of humans, rampant. Mexican drug cartels are growing richer and more powerful. Only America's foes benefit from the utter chaos at our border. It's time for the administration to get busy and do the work that needs to be done. Finish building the border fence and sending your press agents out to tell us this is fine. Well, we're not falling for the Jedi mind trick. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Teacher Appreciation Week, I rise today to recognize and honor the hardworking educators in Indiana's 1st Congressional District. I am grateful for all our teachers who show up each and every day with the sole commitment to inspire and provide students with lifelong skills. Your dedication and commitment to guiding our next generation through their educational journey and into thriving career paths is heroic. All teachers deserve to be adequately compensated for this tremendous work, and that is why I am a proud co-sponsor of the American Teacher Act, which would support efforts to increase teachers' salaries. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues to advance this legislation, and I also ask my colleagues to join me today in expressing gratitude to all educators in Northwest Indiana and across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Texan, I rise today to speak on the expiration of Title 42, but our immigration story neither begins nor ends there. As a child, I was taught songs like America the Beautiful, but today I honestly say that beauty must really be in the eye of the beholder, because the inhumanity that is playing out around migrants is far from beautiful. Congress needs to pass humane, substantive, and sustainable bipartisan immigration reform that provides for an orderly, transparent, and efficient process for asylum seekers, clears out decades-long backlog, and keeps our communities safe. For years, House and Senate Democrats have worked to pass immigration reform with little to no support from our Republican colleagues. I'm left asking, is this what America the Beautiful looks like? Republicans are constantly fanning the flames of hate instead of offering help to a country that is craving more leadership and less lies. Republicans have essentially decided that immigrants make for great political pawns. The problem is we aren't playing chess. This is real life with radical rhetoric that has real-world consequences, getting people killed. Just this weekend, a man in Brownsville, Texas, used his truck to plow through and kill 8 people sitting at a bus stop. We've got to do better. America really needs to be beautiful.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a bipartisan resolution introduced with my Ohio colleague Bob Latta, proclaiming May 5th to May 14th as the National American Birding Week. Birding in our abundant Great Lakes region's western basin of Lake Erie draws environmental stewards from around the world during this time of year. Birding it generates over $40 million in economic benefits annually, and events such as the biggest week in American birding, sponsored by the Black Swamp and Observatory in Oak Harbor, Ohio, leverage public-private partnerships to promote conservation of migratory bird populations and economic development through nature tourism, research, education, and outreach. And in fact, these little creatures can teach us a great deal about the health of Mother Earth. American Birding Week will send a strong endorsement from birders around the world that flock to our region of Northwest Ohio every year. Birders worldwide that attend events such as the Biggest Week in American Birding support efforts to preserve migratory bird populations and what they teach us about our fragile ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the students and allies who marked the National Day of Silence. On this day, people around the country and in California's 19th Congressional District stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ community by taking a vow of silence. By doing this, students raise awareness on the challenges and the hurdles that continue to face our LGBTQ youth and their fellow classmates. One inspiring young leader in my district is Letitia Vivian Chen Gladney of Santa Cruz High. Letitia explained that it's still a struggle to get their voice heard and their fight for equal rights. Yet it's through their act of silence that they can represent their community, recognize the people before us who fought for LGBTQ rights, and be reinvigorated to continue our fight to educate future generations. So thanks to Letitia and others who, through their silence, are giving a voice to so many people and inspiring us in Congress to empower students in our communities, protect them from discrimination and harassment, and to provide the LGBTQ community with the support that they need to feel safe and secure in our classrooms, out in our community, and all across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, food security is national security. The late House Agriculture Chair Harold Cooley once said, "Bread and butter, rather than bullets and bayonets, are the most powerful weapons in our arsenal." So we must ensure the next generation of agricultural leaders know how to advocate and make their voices heard for the future of Eastern North Carolina and rural America. In that spirit, I held a 2023 Farm Bill listening session with FFA students at Bedingfield High School in Wilson, North Carolina, to discuss agriculture's most pressing needs. Each student sat down with me and addressed their top priorities, ranging from biomedicine research to nutrition, rural development, and everything in between. And they completed surveys to be submitted to the House Committee on Agriculture to be a part of the official record. Mr. Speaker, bread and butter are indeed our most important arsenal, along with our students who are our future. We are only as great as the next generation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, I had the honor of going to Kyiv, Ukraine, with the chairman of the Helsinki Commission, Joe Wilson. I'm the ranking member. Our commission is responsible for the security and cooperation of governments in Europe. And the sovereign country of Ukraine is threatened, and every part of the Helsinki Accords that created our organization were violated by Russia, which is a member of the group but not a participating member in terms of following its precepts. The Ukrainian people are courageous and show great valor. They have defeated the Russians in every military aspect that exists, except for air power. The Russians have the sky. Our allies and our country must do all it can to get Ukraine sufficient additional weapons to protect the skies, to protect their soldiers, to protect democracy, to protect freedom, and to protect the rule of law in that country and in the rest of Europe, because Putin would not stop at Ukraine. I yield back the balance of my time. Slava Ukraine.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
I yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina and Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Dr. Fox.
I thank my colleague from California for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Marcus Smith, the president and CEO of Speedway Motorsports and the owner of the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Marcus and his family have helped lead the charge to restore this 75-year-old racetrack so that countless racing enthusiasts to come can experience and celebrate the history of stock car racing. The entire Wilkes County community is buzzing with anticipation over the upcoming NASCAR All-Star Race, which will be hosted at the North Wilkesboro Speedway on May 21st. Thanks to the dedication of Marcus and his family in seeing this project through to fruition, a piece of North Carolina's history is back in the spotlight for the entire country to see. This is no small feat, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to Marcus Smith and the Smith family on this monumental accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Terry Parsons, an exemplary North Carolinian and someone who has played an important role in restoring a piece of our state's rich history. Thanks to Terry's staunch advocacy and support, the North Wilkesboro Speedway will be hosting the 2023 NASCAR All-Star Race on May 21st. Benny Parsons, Terry's late husband and a NASCAR Hall of Famer, was very fond of the North Wilkesboro Speedway. His dying wish was to have NASCAR return to Wilkes County and to this historic location. Mr. Speaker, his wish has come true. Terry, you've made the Wilkes County community and all of North Carolina incredibly proud through your continued work. Congratulations on this magnificent accomplishment, Terry. Mr. Speaker, the National Assessment of Educational Progress recently revealed that history and civics scores among students hit record lows. The scores are staggering. 87% of 8th graders have a basic or below basic knowledge of American history, while only 2 out of 10 of those students are proficient in civics. For a decade, we have watched these scores decline. The culprit isn't a singular event, but a culture shift where an ideological charged curriculum is rapidly replacing a core understanding of our nation's history and our role in it. Our past matters, the good and the bad. Our civic responsibility matters, the duty every one of us holds. The moment we neglect these truths from textbooks or classroom discussions is the day America is no longer free. Ronald Reagan said that, quote, "Freedom is never more than one generation from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same." There are no easy solutions to address this problem. We stand at a crossroads where there are 2 competing visions for America. One is predicated on tearing down the pillars that built America, and one is based on the principles of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. I stand firmly with the vision of the latter. Unfortunately, the Biden administration stands with the vision of the former. They recently proposed to hijack the Federal American History and Civics Grant Program to redirect those efforts toward the left's indoctrination agenda. We must stand against this radical vision. America is more than a nation. It represents freedom, an ideal that countless generations protected and often died for. These abysmal test scores reflect what happens when we allow ideological charged indoctrination to trump basic instruction in our nation's history. We can and must do better. We owe it to those who came before us. We owe it to those who will come after us. And we owe it to every person around the world who looks at America as that shining city on a hill, a beacon of freedom for all. Let us not take our great republic for granted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Kiley, for yielding. I now yield back to you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the ongoing collapse of one of the world's most beautiful cities. San Francisco has been deteriorating for years, but it is now in a state of total freefall. In just the last few weeks, Nordstrom announced it is closing its San Francisco stores, with Westfield Mall blaming, quote, lack of enforcement against rampant criminal activity. Whole Foods is closing its flagship mid-market location, citing the safety of employees after 568 emergency calls in 13 months. T-Mobile just announced it is permanently shuttering its flagship location. And Anthropologie and Saks also announced closures this month. My district starts about 100 miles inland from San Francisco. I have many memories visiting San Francisco as a child, and tens of thousands of my constituents used to visit every year, visiting the Wharf or Ghirardelli Square, riding the trolley cars, going to a Giants game, or countless other forms of art, entertainment, and culture. But by and large, that's not the case anymore. People have learned to stay away. And that's because, as the San Francisco Chronicle put it, the city is on the verge of collapse. But let's zoom out for a moment and look at the state of California as a whole. The census recently reported new population estimates for 2022. We lost residents again, dipping below 30 million people. Over the last 3 years, California has lost a net 871,000 people to other states. That is unusual in our history. In fact, prior to 2020, it was unprecedented. For every year on record, going back to 1900, our state's population grew. Over decades, the Golden State forged an identity of historic significance and was at the leading edge of social, political, and technological progress. Ronald Reagan, in his inaugural address as governor, said California should never take second place. We were the state where anyone could get ahead. Now, sadly, we've become the state many can't wait to leave behind. We do lead the nation, but in all of the wrong ways. Poverty, inequality, taxes, regulation, income stagnation, and yes, departures. The decline of California matters not just for people in our state. It is a grave national concern. Beyond being the most populous state in the Union, the identity of California is central to the identity of America. A loss for one is by definition a loss for the other. And California's problems are becoming America's problems in a larger sense as well. California's governor, Gavin Newsom, has touted California as a, quote, model for the nation. And President Biden is taking him at his word. From crime to immigration to education to economic and workforce policies, this administration's governing motto might as well be, as California goes, so goes the nation. And if California offers a preview of where our country is headed if we don't change course, San Francisco offers an even starker warning. Indeed, before he was governor of California, Newsom was mayor of San Francisco. Fittingly, it was during his red state tour last month, where he left his post as governor to lecture other states on how to govern themselves, that Newsom's own home city reached the point of total collapse. Upon his return, Newsom had no choice but to recognize how dire the situation had become, taking the extraordinary step of sending the National Guard into San Francisco. His model for the nation is one that requires military intervention just to maintain order. San Francisco is the part of our state where failed policies, radical politics, and public corruption are in their most advanced stage, and where residents are most rapidly fleeing. In an article headlined, "San Francisco Falls into the Abyss," UCLA economics professor Leo Haney writes, "No major city has failed at the same level as Detroit, whose population dropped from 1.85 million people in 1950 to about 630,000 today. Move over Detroit, here comes San Francisco," he writes, which lost 6.3% of its population between 2019 and 2021, a rate of decline larger than any two-year period in Detroit's history and unprecedented among any major U.S. city. The reasons for this are not a mystery. They're readily apparent just by visiting and walking around the city. Foremost among them are crime, drug addiction, homelessness, waste, unaffordability, and failing schools, all as a result of failed governance. Starting with crime, California has essentially legalized many forms of it, making theft of merchandise below $950 a misdemeanor, as well as the possession of even Class A drugs. In practice, this means offenders are rarely, if ever, prosecuted, and businesses have stopped even reporting losses. San Francisco's anti-law enforcement policies have dramatically compounded these problems. Under former District Attorney George Gascon, crime rose significantly across the board, including aggravated assault, sexual assault, carjackings, retail theft, and much more. Gascon's successor, another so-called progressive prosecutor elected through substantial outside funding, was so reckless in not prosecuting crime that dozens of his own prosecutors quit, and the voters of San Francisco overwhelmingly recalled him from office. To make matters worse, in 2020, San Francisco defunded the police, shifting $120 million away from law enforcement. Last year, the Castro Merchants Association, representing 125 business owners, wrote a scathing letter regarding the city's failure to address the lawlessness around them. One member said, "We're just seeing constant vandalism, constant drug use in public, people passed out on the sidewalk, people having psychotic breakdowns, and it's not something a small business owner should have to deal with." One facet of the crime problem, drug use, is now ubiquitous to the sights and sounds of the city. Walking through San Francisco, you'll see open drug use and drug dealing with an open-air drug market that even Gavin Newsom is now sending in the National Guard to disrupt. While California has among the highest illegal rates of illegal drug use in the country, San Francisco is well above the state average. And tragically, the number of overdose deaths has skyrocketed in recent years, from 222 in 2017 to 647 last year. This only got worse during the COVID shutdowns, as far more people in the city died from overdoses than from COVID. Facing among the most punishing lockdowns in the country, emergency room mental health visits increased substantially, especially for young people. It certainly doesn't help matters that the supply of drugs is so abundant thanks to the crisis at our border, and San Francisco declared itself a sanctuary city even before California became a sanctuary state. Very much connected to the crises of crime, drug use, and mental health is the explosion of homelessness in San Francisco. Once again, while California leads the nation in homelessness, San Francisco is worst of all. Between 2005 and 2020, the number of homeless increased from 5,404 to 8,124. During that same period, homelessness declined significantly nationwide. Within a 3-year span, complaints of homeless encampments to the city's 311 line increased from 2 to 62 per day. And the share of the homeless population that is unsheltered has also gone up significantly in recent years. Another feature of the San Francisco landscape that contributes to, and is a sign of the continuing deterioration is the appearance of waste. Between 2014 and 2018, calls about human feces doubled to 20,933. $100 million was spent on street cleaning in 2019 alone. In a 3-year span, the city replaced 300 lampposts corroded by urine. The overall condition of many areas is something no American should ever have to experience, especially kids while they're on their way walking to school. And speaking of schools, San Francisco Unified has the second widest achievement gap of any school district in California, with over 5,000 students. A CalMatters investigation from 2017 found that San Francisco had the highest black student achievement gap of any county in California. Just 19% of black students in San Francisco passed the state's reading test, compared to 31% statewide. And this was before COVID. While California was last in the nation getting students back to school, San Francisco was again worst of all, keeping schools closed not only in 2020, but through the end of the 2020-2021 school year. While they refused to actually operate schools, the district instead spent time on a commission to rename them, even proposing taking Abraham Lincoln's name off of an elementary school. The district then came up with a scheme to scam the state by pretending to open for the last 2 weeks of the school year in order to get millions of dollars in extra funding. Predictably, after these school closures, test scores have since plummeted even further. The citizens of San Francisco responded by recalling 3 of the school board members from office, each by over 70% of the vote. As if these basic quality of life issues weren't enough, the city has also become completely unaffordable. A survey from the Economist Intelligence Unit found that San Francisco is one of the 10 most expensive cities to live in the entire world. Average rent for a 1-bedroom apartment is over $3,500. According to data from the California Association of Realtors, a San Franciscan needs to make nearly $400,000 to buy a median income home. The cost of utilities, groceries, and other goods is also well above the national average. At the root of all of these problems is uniquely bad governance. The San Francisco Chronicle put it this way: San Francisco's bureaucracy isn't just incompetent and comically inefficient. It is a corrupting force in our city life. Spiritually, yes, they wrote, but also literally. They called it a corruption born of needlessly complicated government bureaucracy. To take a few examples, it costs an estimated $100,000 to build one tiny home for the homeless in San Francisco. That's 10 times more than even other places in the Bay Area. It costs almost $1.2 million to build a single unit of affordable housing. It can take 87 permits, 1,000 days of meeting, and $500,000 in fees to build residential housing projects. Recently, San Francisco politicians boasted they had, quote, brought home the bacon by securing $1.7 million in taxpayer dollars for a single toilet. The public transportation system is a model of mismanagement, with Bay Area Rapid Transit facing a $1.1 billion deficit over 5 years, with trains that are dangerous to ride and that rarely ever show up on time. No wonder ridership has plummeted. The city itself, by the way, is projecting a $728 million deficit over just the next 2 fiscal years. I don't want to see California and San Francisco in particular continue to decline. And I certainly don't want its problems to continue to spread to the rest of the country. The federal government provides an abundance of federal funding to San Francisco, and it must start treating this jurisdiction for what it is, a failed city. With all of this federal funding going to San Francisco, those funds are often being used in ways that seem to do more harm than good. For future funding, it's important to give extra scrutiny and oversight to how these funds are being used, and the funding should be accompanied by conditions that will stimulate reform. I believe it is not too late to turn around this city or our state. For proof, you can look at the communities of my district. While California as a whole is declining in population, the vast majority of my district is growing. Placer County and Folsom, for instance, are growing as much as anywhere in California. Our communities are rated among the best in California to live, raise a family, and retire. While California as a state leads the nation in U-Haul departures, Roseville is the second-place city in the entire country in U-Haul arrivals. Many of the people leaving San Francisco are coming to my district for safer communities, a more manageable cost of living, better schools, and an overall better quality of life. During the COVID-19 era, we kept our businesses and schools open, got them open earlier than anywhere, avoiding much of the damage experienced across the state. And we also had among the state's best public health outcomes. We still face the headwinds of misguided policies enacted at the state level, but we strive to use tools of local governance and community partnerships to do what is best for our citizens. This is the model that our state should strive for, and it is the model that many other states are already following. It's the model for our country to reverse the policies that have gotten us so off track in recent years. In this way, the collapse of San Francisco is a wake-up call, a warning to the nation about the need for a course correction. I look forward to working with people of good faith on both sides of the aisle to save this beautiful city and to prevent the rest of our country from going down the same path.
Does the gentleman yield back?
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer congressional recognition to the brave law enforcement officers who work tirelessly and at great personal sacrifice to keep our communities safe. From keeping our schools secure to apprehending violent criminals and protecting our children and citizens from the scourge of drugs, every single American benefits daily from the tremendous dedication and commitment to community exhibited by the men and women who protect and serve. Unfortunately, in recent years, our police have come under often baseless and sometimes callous criticism that has made an already daunting job all the more difficult to accomplish. In fact, I have personally heard from numerous police chiefs, sheriffs, and other law enforcement leaders from my district in California that these unwarranted attacks and charged rhetoric are directly posing recruitment challenges in our community and endangering public safety. This is all the more jarring, considering the extent to which our police selflessly give up things you and I regularly take for granted. These individuals are regularly willing to insert themselves into life-threatening situations to protect the life of others, actively pursuing violent felons and other hardened criminals that threaten our most fundamental rights and freedoms, spending evenings and weekends away from their families to serve us. In fact, multiple officers have made the ultimate sacrifice, given up their lives in the line of duty to keep the people of California safe. Although we can never truly repay the debt we owe to these individuals, at the very least, we owe it to them to do everything in our power to correct the record and shift the public paradigm to return to giving law enforcement the level of respect and honor that they have undeniably earned. In that spirit, I would like to propose a National Congressional Police Honor Roll. Each member of Congress would accept nominations from local law enforcement leaders in their community and select a handful of outstanding officers, detectives, and sheriffs to recognize on the House floor during National Police Week for their service, sacrifice, and dedication to community. My office has been receiving nominations for such an honor roll. And today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the time to recognize the individuals I have chosen for the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer congressional recognition to Officer Wesley Collins of the Lincoln Police Department. Officer Collins began his law enforcement career as an explorer in 2001 with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. In 2003, he became a full-time correctional officer with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. He then worked for the Grass Valley Police Department as an officer from 2004 to 2006. In 2006, he joined the Lincoln Police Department, where he has served since that date. While assigned to the Patrol Division, Officer Collins assumed the role of Range Master, providing tactical training to sworn staff and overseeing compliance requirements for the department. In 2020, Officer Collins applied for and was selected to the assignment of School Resource Officer. His assignment required him to be a presence at Lincoln High School, interacting with students and assisting staff with a variety of topics. Though the basic needs of the assignment were simple, Officer Collins observed a number of areas that could improve student safety at the school. Since that time, and primarily in 2022, Officer Collins accomplished the following for the Lincoln High School and other schools in the district. First, he worked with district administration and school staff to assist with school site threat assessments. Second, he assisted the district in overhauling the school safety plans. This included painting large numbers on the roofs of all buildings for easy identification by air ops, added and will be adding dozens of new security cameras, fencing, bullet-resistant window film to all sites. Third, he created a school response binder that contains updated maps with important contact information for all district staff and school locations, along with master keys to all school sites. He worked with district administration to show the need for Stop the Bleed kits. He assisted in obtaining over 500 Stop the Bleeds kits for the school sites that were used using COVID medical funds. Every classroom and high-risk area in the district was equipped with a kit, and Officer Collins assisted in training the entire district staff on the use, philosophy, and prepping of the kits within the district's RNs. He worked with the Lincoln Kiwanis Club to raise $1,000 to purchase Stop the Bleed kits for John Adams Academy. The kits were delivered to the staff, and they have been dispersed around the school site. He created and trained the LPD staff on active shooter response in 2022 with the assistance of city and school staff. He worked on creating and teaching the combined active shooter response training for 2023 with the Lincoln Fire Department to be conducted at LHS. He built close working relationships with the district staff, from the superintendent down to line staff, and helped rebuild the SRO program. This includes adding a third SRO position for the 2023-2024 school year, which was fully funded by the school district. He assisted district administration with establishing reunification sites for students and families around the district and city in case of critical incidents. He gave a comprehensive presentation for the WPUSD board to update them on all the school safety updates that have been accomplished and ones that are being worked on. He actively has conducted youth development network trainings with city and district staffs, and he was given an award by the Lincoln Kiwanis Club for his work with the youth of Lincoln. He also has become an informal liaison between the LPD and the district and has built relationships with the staff in the school wellness centers to identify and help students with mental health needs. The early intervention and relationship building has created an environment where students can approach him or the staff so they can guide students to help before a true mental health emergency occurs. I should note that the accomplishments I mentioned are outside of the basic requirements of Officer Collins' assignment. He has a heart for serving the youth of the Lincoln community and has gone far beyond what has been expected of him in this position. He has become a critical asset between the Lincoln Police Department and school district and has dramatically filled the safety void our district was experiencing. On a near weekly basis, he attends meetings, functions, or other school-related events outside of his regular workday. He is a model school resource officer who other school resource officers should strive to emulate. For these reasons and more, I am honored to include Officer Wesley Collins of the Lincoln Police Department in the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer congressional recognition to Sheriff Mike Fisher of the Sierra County Sheriff's Department. Sierra County is the 2nd smallest county in California, with a population of about 3,000 individuals. Sheriff Fisher has lived in Sierra County most of his life and has had a significant positive impact on the community. Sheriff Fisher began his law enforcement career as an explorer from 1986 to 1990, served as deputy sheriff from 2001 to 2007, as a detective from 2007 to 2018, and was elected as sheriff in 2018 and has served in that position since. Sheriff Fisher has a long history of service in Sierra County, and residents showed their appreciation and approval of his work by electing Mike as sheriff for a 2nd term in 2022. He is truly a hands-on sheriff. In addition to the administrative duties that come with running the sheriff's office, he goes on patrol and EMS calls, bailiffs when needed, and assists with high school senior projects, including a recent Every 15 Minutes program and a mock trial. He also recently took over as the Office of Emergency Services Supervisor for Sierra County as well. Sheriff Fisher has extensive training and experience in locating and eradicating illegal where marijuana grows in Sierra County and is skillful in doing overflights to stop the illegal grows and obtain search warrants. He has a pilot's license and is a drone operator. Since taking office, he has made significant improvements, including extensive training for deputies, new radios, and new vehicles. He is also very organized and level-headed. Sierra County had its first murder in 20 years in July of 2020, which required assistance from outside agencies. He was able to coordinate numerous agencies, and the suspect was successfully apprehended. Sheriff Fisher is familiar with all areas of our rural county and is able to supervise our somewhat frequent search and rescue activities. Our county is known for outdoor activities and is home to the Downeyville Downhill, a mountain bike race. We also have a few mountain bikers who go off trail, and Sheriff Fisher seems to know where they are. In addition, he is an avid fly fisher and knows all the great spots for fishing. Sierra County also has a marine patrol, off-highway vehicles including snowmobiles, and a new K-9 unit, which was implemented during Sheriff Fisher's first term. For his dedication to Sierra County, organizational leadership, and selflessness in helping his neighbors, I am honored to include Sheriff Mike Fisher of the Sierra County Sheriff's Office in the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer congressional recognition to Sergeant Dave Scobie of the Bishop Police Department. Sergeant Dave Scobie was promoted to his current rank in March 2022. Sergeant Scobie began his career in Mammoth Lakes Police Department in 2004 and also worked for Mono County Sheriff's Department prior to joining the Bishop Force. Sergeant Scobie is married with 2 children, and when not working as a member of the Bishop Police Department, he is active with the local Boy Scouts. Sergeant Scobie has also been involved with the Eastern Sierra Shop with a Cop program since 2012 and has taken charge and spearheaded the annual event since 2015. This event provides holiday gifts to local children and their families from Mono and Inyo County. Since the inception of the program, there have been over 500 children and their families who have participated in the event. Despite the restrictions of the COVID pandemic and the loss of the only department store in Bishop, Sergeant Scobie still managed to ensure the Shop with a Cop program was successful. For going above and beyond to deliver results for the Eastern Sierra, I am honored to include Sergeant Dave Scobie of the Bishop Police Department in the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer congressional recognition to Detective Ken Nakamura of the Roseville Police Department. Detective Nakamura began his law enforcement career in 1999 with the San Jose Police Department. He worked for SJPD for 2 years assigned to their patrol division. In 2001, Ken Nakamura began his employment with the Roseville Police Department. Detective Nakamura began his career with RPD working in the patrol division until 2005, and during this 4-year time frame was awarded numerous awards, along with the 10851 pin, which is for Stolen Vehicle Award for apprehensions and stolen vehicle recoveries. In 2005, Detective Nakamura was assigned to our crime suppression unit and worked in CSU until 2010. Detective Nakamura was a driving force of the unit and was vital in the team's mission to make Roseville a safer place for its citizens. Detective Nakamura was a gang investigator and worked hundreds of cases that resulted in arrests of violent felons and drug dealers. The impact that he has while working in CSU is still unmatched to this day. 2010 to 2013, Detective Nakamura worked in a uniform patrol capacity. He was assigned as a field training officer. In that capacity, he was able to instill his experience and work ethic with our newly hired officers. From 2013 to 2018, Detective Nakamura was assigned to our investigations unit. He worked both property and crimes against persons cases, and his tenacity with his investigations led to hundreds of arrests during his tenure in investigations. From 2019 to the present, he's been assigned as the Roseville Police Department's Threat Assessment Detective. As a threat assessment detective, he has assigned cases of high priority that usually involve persons that are a high risk to society. Detective Nakamura's caseload varies but includes the following: stalking cases, domestic violence, threats to the public, threats to schools, and places of worship. While working as a threat assessment detective, he saw the need to form a threat assessment committee of law enforcement agencies in Placer County. Detective Nakamura was the leader and the driving force to start this threat assessment committee. The TAC is a committee formed in cooperation with the Placer County District Attorney's Office. This allows all law enforcement agencies to meet on a regular basis to discuss individuals that are of concern and a threat to the community. The TAC is a tremendous benefit to all agencies in Placer County, since we know that criminals that pose risk to the public do not commit crimes within a geographical boundary. Detective Nakamura developed a plan and process as to why the TAC would be beneficial to our county and held a meeting to propose its formation to allied agencies in the county. The stakeholders from around Placer County did agree with him and saw the need for the TAC, which was founded in 2021. I want to commend Detective Nakamura for bringing the TAC to reality and working with stakeholders of multiple disciplines to make this happen. Since its inception, it has grown into something that all agencies are now participating in Placer County. Detective Nakamura has made countless arrests during his time as a threat assessment detective. His investigations have made the public safer by taking dangerous criminals off the street, folks that commit acts of violence. Detective Nakamura was also the driving force to bring behavioral threat assessment management to the Roseville Joint Union High School District. This process was presented to all district employees in 2022 and will help all RJU HSD employees identify threats to individual high school campuses, making our kids safer that attend these schools. Detective Nakamura was an instructor and presenter of the BTAM when it rolled out in 2022. In addition to being a BTAM instructor, Detective Nakamura is also a certified master trainer with the Department of Homeland Security regarding behavioral threat assessment and management. For these reasons and more, I am honored to include Detective Ken Nakamura of the Roseville Police Department in the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer congressional recognition to Officer Chad Curarte of the Roseville Police Department. Officer Curarte started his career with the Roseville Police Department in 2019 and was assigned to the Patrol Division. Officer Curarte was a very proactive officer and made countless arrests for property crimes, DUI, drug arrests, and violent crimes as well. While working in the Patrol Division, Officer Curarte received several commendations for his efforts. In 2021, Officer Curarte was selected to work as a school resource officer assigned to Adelante High School, which is now called Pathways High School. The student population at this school includes kids who did not mold well with a comprehensive campus site. Students at Pathways have not had access to sports equipment and sports programs, so Officer Curarte has been the champion for this by raising money for the students to compete in high school sporting events. During his tenure, Officer Curarte has also had a significant impact at Adelante. To take one example, Officer Curarte saw the need for a sports program on his high school campus. It was driven not just by the need for physical activity for the kids, but also as a way to get the students engaged in school and do well academically. This approach built a great relationship between Officer Curarte and the students at his school, with a segment of students who might otherwise have had issues with law enforcement. Additionally, Officer Cuarte's goal was to have flag football, basketball, baseball, and softball on campus starting in 2021. However, there was no funding for these sports programs. Officer Curarte worked with Bayside Adventure Church, and they donated $5,000 to the school, which fully funded the sports program. When the sports program started over that year, Officer Curarte could see a change in the athletes as people and positive changes in their academics as well. In 2022, Officer Curarte received the California Continuing Education Association Plus School Resource Officer of the Year Award. School staff at Adelante High School nominated him for this award due to his unique approach to his duties as an SRO. These duties included developing a new sports program, securing funding and transportation for sporting teams, organizing games, and most importantly, helping to include kids from all walks of life in the sports program so they can feel a sense of belonging and achievement. What is even more amazing is the associated statistical data regarding student grades. Since the sports teams were developed, Adelante staff noticed better student performance and a rise in student GPAs. In December of 2022, Officer Curarte worked with Tilton Pacific Construction in Rockland on a year-end Christmas charity fund drive for a local charity. Tilton Pacific knew of the need for additional funding for the sports programs at Pathway High School. Due to Officer Cuarte's efforts, they raised $22,000 for the sports programs at Pathway High School, which will fund these programs for the next couple years. Officer Curarte has had an impact on his campus outside of athletics as well. He's helped several students on and off campus that have been in mental health crisis. Due to Officer Cuarte's efforts, these students were able to receive services for their individual issues. In one case, Officer Cuarte worked with a local business to get mattresses delivered to a student's house because the student did not have a bed to sleep on at night. Officer Cuarte has the most challenging students in the district that attend his high school. Due to Officer Cuarte's efforts, he has made an impact on campus and has changed lives in a positive manner. For these reasons and more, I am honored to include Officer Chad Cuarte of the Roseville Police Department in the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll. Mr. Speaker, I should note that in addition to the 5 law enforcement officials recognized, there are several others that were chosen for the 3rd District of California's Police Honor Roll that, due to the sensitive nature of their work, would not be appropriate to recognize in a highly public setting. On behalf of the 3rd District of California, I wish to extend my most profound thanks and gratitude to the officers included in this inaugural Police Honor Roll. Additionally, I invite my colleagues to join me in the future to expand the Congressional Police Honor Roll program. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use my remaining time to acknowledge some very noteworthy individuals, organizations, and occasions in my district. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to welcome a groundbreaking investment in our community's economy by tech and consumer goods manufacturer Bosch. Bosch recently acquired the Roseville-based chip maker TSI Semiconductors and announced plans to invest $1.2 billion into the existing Roseville facility. This major investment will significantly expand their production of silicon carbide chips, create good-paying jobs and opportunities throughout the entire region, and position Roseville as a regional leader in receiving investment from a rapidly growing business sector producing cutting-edge technology. I had the pleasure of meeting with Bosch's leadership prior to the investment announcement, and now wish to publicly convey a warm welcome on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District. In choosing to invest in Placer County, Bosch has selected a community where local government is strongly supportive of creating jobs and opportunities for investment, where citizens enjoy a high quality of life, and where private sector investments in the economy have a strong track record of paying off for both businesses and the broader region. I will continue to encourage businesses to choose to invest in the people of California's 3rd Congressional District to help grow our economy, create more middle-class jobs, and expand opportunity for our residents. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of National Teacher Appreciation Week, I wish to take a moment to recognize the outstanding educators of California's 3rd Congressional District. The communities I represent offer both outstanding public and private school education to our students, due in large part to the dedication, sacrifice, and hard work of our community's teachers. On behalf of our community, I would like to thank you for all you do to position our students to succeed in the workforce and participate in our democracy as active and informed citizens. As a former high school teacher myself, teaching 10th grade English, I understand the unique challenges our educators face and the level of passion and dedication it can take to help students succeed. In fact, from those experiences, I am committed to supporting educators in every way I can. Most recently, I partnered with the Library of Congress to host a special town hall for educators to bring the vast resources, collections, and curriculum materials the library offers to local teachers in California. If you're an educator, I encourage you to reach out to my office or visit kiley.house.gov for resources available to local teachers. And again, on behalf of the 3rd Congressional District of California, I would like to thank educators for their commitment and dedication to positively impacting our youth. Mr. Speaker, I wish to celebrate the 100th annual Lincoln Portuguese Holy Ghost Festa. The Portuguese Holy Ghost Festa is a celebration cherished by the community and looked forward to by all who call Lincoln home. For 100 years, with the exception of World War II and the COVID years, the Associado Portuguesa do Divino Espírito Santo, APDES for short, has hosted the festa in accordance with the rich history and tradition of Portugal. The multifaceted, weekend-long festa kicks off on the 5th weekend after Easter with a candlelit procession from a designated member's home. And after a weekend of festivities and ceremony, it concludes with a parade, sopas served to all at McBean Park, and dinner consisting of the traditional Portuguese dish, bacalhau. Every year, the members and volunteers of the APDES work tirelessly to make this festa happen. Without their love and dedication, Lincoln's Festa would not have been sustained through the past century. I wish to express gratitude and thanks on behalf of the 3rd Congressional District of California for the hard work and dedication of the APDES in enriching our community with this cherished event. Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 130th anniversary of the city of Rockland. For generations of Californians, Rockland has offered a strong quality of life for residents and welcomed visitors from all walks of life. As a Rockland resident myself, I personally know what a special, tight-knit community this truly is. From a friendly business environment to world-class parks and recreation, stellar schools, and exceptional local services such as utilities, transportation, and public safety, Rockland is a place over 70,000 residents are proud to call home. It is also no accident that Rockland has become a place that so many people want to move to. I'd like to thank the outstanding community members who work tirelessly to ensure Rockland continues to maintain a high quality of life, as well as the current and past leaders of Rockland that have shaped the city into what it is today. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the city of Rockland's 130th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 35th year anniversary of the Auburn Symphony. For decades, the Auburn Symphony has served as the premier community orchestra of Placer County and has engaged and enriched Auburn and the broader region with the gift of music for over 35 years. The symphony originally began as the dream of local musician Monroe Desjarnette, who, despite the immense challenges of forming a community orchestra in a small town, partnered with Bruce Cosgrove of the Auburn Chamber of Commerce to make that dream a reality. From there, the orchestra continued to grow and benefit the community. In fact, its programs have reached over 100,000 students in Placer County over the years. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Auburn Symphony for 35 years of benefiting our community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the Orangevale Fair Oaks Community Foundation for their big day of service. Last Saturday, I personally witnessed the foundation bring together hundreds upon hundreds of community members to work on 50 different service projects in the Sacramento area. As someone who was raised in Orangevale, it was especially heartening to see individuals who exhibit the kindness, generosity, and selflessness that unites our community, prioritizing the needs of others and coming together to serve their neighbors. Even in just one weekend, their work made a profound and noticeable impact by completing many necessary regional projects. It is active and engaged citizens like the volunteers I spoke with and the leaders of the foundation who make the Sacramento region such a great place to call home. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Orangevale Fair Oaks Community Foundation for their hard work and dedication to our community that was exhibited throughout the big day of service. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the Alliance, defending the cause of kids and families, for their contribution and dedication to creating a supportive network of care for youth and families. The Alliance is a group of churches, nonprofits, professionals, and agencies working to ensure all kids grow up in a safe, loving family. For years, the Alliance has served countless foster youth, adoptive families, single parents, families in crisis, children who have experienced trauma, and refugees resettling locally in the Sacramento area. In fact, for their efforts, the Alliance was recently recognized by the Sacramento District Small Business Administration as the 2023 Nonprofit of the Year. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Alliance for their hard work and dedication to our community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize retiring El Dorado County Chief Administrative Officer Don Ashton for his years of service to El Dorado County. Don has served the people of El Dorado for more than a decade, most recently as CAO, and never wavered from his goal of making the county a better place. Throughout Don's tenure, El Dorado County endured department head shakeups, COVID-19, and a series of catastrophic wildfires, most notably the Cowder Fire and recent Mosquito Fire. No matter the challenge, Don provided steady leadership to help the county weather every challenge it faced. Don also achieved many long-term county goals over the years, including financing and constructing the new sheriff's headquarters, improving various parks, and acquiring facilities on the West Slope and in South Lake Tahoe that will bolster the county's ability to serve the public. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Don Ashton for the steady, stable leadership and years of service he provided to the people of El Dorado County. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize Sergeant Eric Dollar of the Rockland Police Department. Sergeant Dollar has served the people of California for almost 30 years as a law enforcement officer, with the last 23 in Rockland. Throughout his career, Sergeant Dollar took care to mentor younger officers, served many special assignments, including crime scene investigation and narcotics, and was continually recognized by the department for his leadership. In fact, he was among the first 5 individuals promoted to corporal in Rockland's century-long history. After decades of service and sacrifice, Sergeant Dollar has made the decision to retire from the Rockland Police Department. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Sergeant Eric Dollar for his dedication to community and the years of service he has provided to the people of Rockland. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take a moment to celebrate and congratulate William Jessup University for their successful launch of their Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. This past weekend, over 100 community members gathered at William Jessup's campus in Rockland to honor this achievement. Jessup's program is especially noteworthy, considering the nursing shortage in our community. This new program provides a state-of-the-art education and training facilities, including an innovative simulation lab with mannequins that talk and breathe for live simulation with their students that will equip the next generation of nurses with the tools they need to deliver exceptional care to individuals in need. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize William Jessup University for the service provided to our community through their new program. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take a moment to celebrate and congratulate local snowboarding legend Tina Bassich-Haller for her official induction into the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Along with her longtime friend Shannon Dunn, Bassich-Haller is the first female snowboarder to receive this honor and serves as an inspiration and role model to countless young women in Nevada County and beyond. Throughout her snowboarding year, she won the 1998 X Games by landing the first 720 in competition and served as a snowboarding pioneer in that sport's infancy. Her commitment to her community, including through giving back to the Nevada Union snowboarding team and co-founding Boarding for Breast Cancer, is also truly inspirational. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Tina Bassich-Haller for her groundbreaking accomplishments and commitment to Nevada County. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherphyllis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
So ordered.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor the CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague, Rep. Jackson. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on gun violence, the bipartisan Safer Communities Law, and what we must do to build upon all issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, constituents we represent, and all Americans. I rise today to demand that we take decisive action to stop gun violence epidemic. We simply cannot stand by and watch more innocent Americans lose their lives. The fate of our loved ones should not be up for partisan debate. I will work with any elected official to put people over politics and implement solutions that have and keep dangerous weapons out of the hands of dangerous people. It's why I'm joined here with my colleagues to support the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This law is a common sense and practical solution to the barrage of gun violence that many of us have unfortunately become too familiar with. Of course, there's certainly more that Congress can do, should be doing, and needs to do. We can pass an assault weapons ban, which would take these weapons of war off the streets and out of our classrooms. We can enhance the background checks process, making sure individuals who purchase guns are fully vetted beforehand. We can end immunity for gun manufacturers who produce deadly firearms that take our lives. There is no shortage of common sense and immediate solution that this body can implement, but unfortunately, House Republicans have failed to move the same sense and urgency as House Democrats have in response to the spat of gun shootings. This is not a partisan matter either. Gun violence impacts families, blue states, red states, and purple states. Each and every heartbreaking mass shooting serves as a painful reminder of how normalcy and how normal this gun violence epidemic has become. It's infiltrating our daily lives. These headlines frustrate me deeply, and they should do the same for each and every representative in this body. Thoughts and prayers must be coupled with legislative action, tangible solution, and address this crisis. Let's join together and build on the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, ensuring a safer country for the next generation and others to come. We have the responsibility to act as lawmakers, as parents, as Americans. With that, I would like to yield to our Honorable House Assistant Democratic Leader, Rep. Clyburn.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding me this time. Mr. Speaker, earlier this evening, we gathered on this floor to observe a moment of silence. We've been doing that quite a bit over the last several years. But it seems to me that it's time for us to take some action on something that is very, very important to the American people. This week, our nation is collectively mourning the senseless murder of 8 people at the hands of a white supremacist, neo-Nazi shooter in Allen, Texas. In the days since, we've heard gut-wrenching stories of pain and devastation. 6-year-old William Child, who lost his entire family in the massacre. The deaths of sisters Daniela and Sophia Mendoza, 11 and 8, who were both in elementary school. Then there is Stephen Spenauer, an everyday citizen who tried to administer aid after the tragedy. I watched him on television this week, and he was very vivid. If my memory serves, he's a former police officer, and he talked about how he felt when he turned over a body to remove a child from underneath its dead mother's body. This tragedy comes nearly 1 year after the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers were taken in Uvalde, Texas, and just a few weeks before the 8-year anniversary of the mass shooting perpetrated by another white supremacist at Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. We have taken some important steps in response to these tragedies. I've reintroduced my bill to close the deadly Charleston loophole that allowed the Mother Emanuel AME Church shooter to obtain a gun. Because of his record, he should not have been able to get a gun. But because this Congress has refused to close this loophole that says that if you can't complete the background check in 3 days, irrespective of your background, irrespective of whether or not you are eligible to have a gun, if for any reason that background check is not completed in 3 days, you can still get the gun. That is silly. We have no idea why that young man's information was keyed in wrong. Did he intentionally give the wrong information? Or did West Columbia get confused with Columbia because they found it? They found the problem, but it was too late. It was more than 3 days, and they already had the gun. And 9 of my constituents lost their lives because of that loophole, and we refuse to say we'll close it. That makes no sense. We enacted the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act to require enhanced background checks for people under 21, provide protection for victims of domestic violence, and institute criminal offenses for federal, state straw purchasing and gun trafficking, and some significant investments in mental health treatment. And in a shocking and long overdue turn of events, Texas Republicans on Monday unexpectedly allowed a bill that would raise the purchase age for semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21 to advance out of a Texas House committee. I am very pleased to see that. But I'm wondering what will happen when that bill gets to the floor. Raising the age to purchase a gun made for war from 18 to 21. That, to me, tells it all. To allow a teenager that we will not allow to walk into a restaurant and order an alcoholic beverage, but will be allowed to purchase a weapon of war. For all of our progress, more must be done. There have been over 200 mass shootings this year alone. And I think we all know the definition of a mass shooting is 4 or more injuries, irrespective of whether or not they're fatal. In 2019 and 2020, we didn't reach this grim milestone until late June. Between 2016 and 2018, the country passed 200 mass shootings in late July. 2 years ago, late June. 2 years before that, late July. This year, early May. What will it be next year? This epidemic is growing more and more deadly with each passing year. My Democratic colleagues understand the weight of these tragedies and are prepared to advance the legislation needed to protect our communities. To our colleagues across the aisle and in the Senate, I say, silence gives consent. For us to remain silent on this issue is to give consent to these tragedies. It is not enough to denounce the actions of mass shooters and offer thoughts and prayers in tweets, on cable news. My colleagues on the other side's refusal to join House Democrats in advancing serious gun violence prevention measures signifies that your silence and your consent represents your feelings. Legislative actions such as closing the Charleston loophole, strengthening red flag laws, and getting weapons of war off our streets would not prohibit law-abiding citizens from purchasing a gun. I, for the life of me, cannot understand why it is that all of us can readily agree that there should be a limit on the First Amendment of the United States that protects speech, but no limit on the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution that authorizes the possession of firearms. Nobody wants to take anybody's guns away. We are trying to take measures that will keep guns out of the hands of hateful people like these white supremacists that are killing people because they don't like their skin color. People who are mentally ill, who have all kinds of fantasies. They're killing people because we do not have the intestinal fortitude to put constraints on their abilities to purchase these guns. These policies, which have broad support among the American people, would save lives without infringing on anybody's Second Amendment rights. I implore my Republican colleagues and the Senate to join us in taking a stand to protect our communities. This epidemic will not end until we act. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. It's my privilege to yield to the Honorable Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee from the state of Texas.
Let me express my appreciation to the gentlelady from Florida for her grand leadership and the gentleman from Illinois. They have been dynamic, and to acknowledge our chair, Congressman Horsford of the Congressional Black Caucus, who had a very powerful morning this morning and as well continues to lead us in the right direction. I was late today because I could not leave the pain of Texas without standing with those in a press conference in the Mickey Leland Federal Building to express both our outcry, our pain, our outrage. Last evening, MSNBC had a headline show that said, "The Lone Star Hate." And I stand here today to say there are good people in Texas. There are people who are demanding that there be action in the aftermath of the worst couple of days that we have had in a long time. The parents of the Uvalde children waited 13 hours in the state legislature just to be heard on raising the age of those who could purchase weapons of war. In the midst of that, a family who simply wanted their baby to sleep was slaughtered and murdered. In the midst of that, by, of course, a person shooting an AR-15. A veteran explained to me that that is an M16, a weapon of war that maims and kills the enemy so that they cannot rise, not be taken care of, not move away from other gunfire. And then, of course, though not by guns, in Brownsville, Texas, some 8 or so people were killed who were simply trying to make sure that they had a peaceful place to be. So I come here today to insist on my own state taking a stand to ensure that the people who are crying cry no more. The individual who killed the people in the mall in Allen, Texas, family members removed him from the house. He was tattooed with huge Nazi insignia and white supremacy. My bill that I introduced, H.R. 61, indicates that white supremacy is hate, and it is a hate crime, and amended the hate crime bill to ensure that if you die because of white supremacy, you get an enhanced sentence in the hate crime legislation or law. He only lasted 3 months in the United States military. We have to do a better job of communicating about individuals, not brave soldiers who have PTSD, but individuals like this who didn't even last because of his views and attitudes and behavior. He obviously hated viciously, but he was able to get an AR-15. After Uvalde, the state of Texas, the governor's office established a DPS task force that was supposed to monitor social media. Why wasn't this individual, with all of his hate? But underlying all of that are guns. And that is what we spoke about today, guns. We asked the state of Texas, the legislature, my friends, and those to work with Republicans, and we asked them to be sure to move this bill to raise the age that the Uvalde parents had waited for 13 hours to 21. It came out of committee. It has to go to the House and the Senate. I stood there today and asked for universal background checks. And I asked the state of Texas why, with the Safer Communities Act, where we had the red flag laws, of course, Congresswoman McBath, we led in the House with Protect Our Kids. It was mandatory. It was mandatory, thank you. But in the Safer Communities, it was optional. Our state has not taken advantage of it. They squeaked through and got a few dollars for the Veterans Court. I'm asking the governor to opt in to the red flag law. Universal background check. The Emily Vaughn gun storage. The ban on assault weapons, the raising the age. These are all items that Texas and other states can do without violating the Second Amendment. I uphold the Second Amendment. But standing with me today were Moms Demand Action, a young man by the name of Jay Love, who in fact is March for Our Lives, Captain Phillips, a police officer who says that 3,200 guns are stolen or taken in Houston, Texas, as the ATF says, out of people's cars. And yet we can't get Texas to act. And those, Rhonda Hart, whose daughter was killed at Santa Fe, who's begging for relief. So with that kind of pain comes the ability to act. And I look forward to working with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus who've been at the forefront of leadership. My colleague Robin Kelly has mentioned over and over again the absolute violence that kills children and others. I close with this simple acknowledgement. There were 8 people who died, I believe, in Allen, Texas. 3 family members left a little 6-year-old with no one. Two sisters. This is what this sinister, evil man did. But evil in his evilness, he did it with a gun. We must come back to this Congress and do something that is going to make a difference. I hope the Senate can pick it up and realize that we cannot live in this country anymore in the reckless killing and violence that is perpetrated on our loved ones and on Americans. With that, I yield, and I thank the gentlelady and gentleman for yielding. I yield.
Thank you, Rep. Jackson. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Donald Payne from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking Congresswoman McCormick and Congressman Jackson for hosting the CBC Special Order Hour on gun violence in America. Last week, our nation was shocked by the acts of horrific violence in Allen, Texas, where 8 souls were lost unnecessarily. How many killings must we endure? We are here tonight to send a message that we must keep guns out of the hands of criminals and would-be terrorists. And we must expand background checks for individuals looking to purchase guns. We must pass some common sense legislation that provides avenues to get guns off of our streets. Legislation like my Safer Neighborhoods Gun Buyback Act would utilize federal grants to get guns out of the hands of criminals. Programs like it have been proven to work all over this nation from coast to coast. We need to act on this bill and others like it to protect American lives. It is unacceptable that countless Americans continue to die senselessly from gun violence, and Congress stands idly by. They do nothing. I came up with a phrase back after Newtown and the NRA, which is really who pushes this. Said the NRA stands for No Republican Action. And here we are once again. Yes, we stood up for a moment of silence. Tonight, once again. And then once the gavel hit the rostrum, everybody walked away. And that was the end of that. My colleagues on the other side feel good after that, after they stand up and acknowledge that. But that's the extent of what they're willing to do. Just stand up to honor these people for a moment. That's all they can spare. That's all they can give to the American people who are suffering, children suffering. And this issue is so pervasive that it impacts us everywhere. Movie theaters, churches, schools, banks, post offices, businesses, everywhere. That's an epidemic. COVID was everywhere. That's an epidemic. This gun violence is everywhere. That's an epidemic. But what do? Stand up, quiet for a moment, and then on to the next thing. I see it at home in New Jersey, in my district, New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. And the 10th Congressional District, unfortunately, has 1/3 of the state's total gun deaths in New Jersey. So I know my constituents know the destruction that gun violence inflicts. This is a problem that will continue to grow without swift legislation and action. But my words are just going into the wind. My colleagues on the other side don't hear this. The American people want real action on gun violence. The NRA endorsed Republicans, which is practically the entire party, and has offered no substantive legislation to keep our communities safe from gun violence. My colleagues are the majority now. Let's see what we implement. I can answer that now. Nothing. So many of our constituents are haunted by the gun violence that has taken their loved ones, and that is why Democrats are in favor of stronger gun laws to keep these weapons out of dangerous hands. We're not asking to take anybody's guns, but we can't have enough of a mindset to say, hey, there is a problem here. 87% of the people in this country. So I don't know where my colleagues on the other side are listening and getting this from. 87% of this country says that we need stricter gun laws. But you don't hear them. Too many lives have been stolen, too many children killed. Can't Republicans feel the pain of the survivors of these victims' families? The American people are calling for passage of meaningful legislation to address gun violence. They're calling for action to stop mass killings in this country. They're calling to stop the taking of innocent children's lives in their schools. I couldn't imagine sending my children to school these days and wondering if they're going to make it home. I'm sending them there to be educated. I'm not sending them there to do armed drills. What happens if there's an active shooter? That's what they're learning? I look at my colleagues across the aisle and ask, is there nothing that we can do together to stop this? When children cannot go to school without the fear of being shot, when innocent Americans cannot go to a nightclub or a movie theater or a church without fear of being executed, then it is time for a new approach. The Congressional Black Caucus, with our Democratic colleagues, stands ready to deliver that approach. In closing, I want to read to you from a letter sent to me by a student at Cranford High School in Cranford, New Jersey, in my district, named Alessandra, who puts into words the thoughts of most Americans. She wrote, although the Second Amendment of the Constitution protects the right to gun ownership, this does not mean that Congress cannot pass more laws to restrict the kinds of firearms and people that are buying them for illegal use. As a high school student from Cranford High School, this issue affects me daily as the number of school shootings increases. So I will close and say we have a responsibility to our constituents like Alessandra. We have a responsibility to ensure our nation's laws to keep us safe, to ensure that we hear their voices and act on their behalf. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back down to my time.
Thank you, Representative Payne. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Joyce Beatty from the state of Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to be another voice on the epidemic of gun violence in our country. But let me first thank the gentlewoman from Florida and the gentleman from Illinois for leading us in this special order hour. And certainly to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, we thank Congressman Stephen Horsford for keeping this at the forefront of our agenda. I would like to begin by saluting the actions of my colleague and friend, Congressman James Clyburn, for leading us in this charge tonight. Listening to him, I remember quite vividly, unfortunately, as I sat in that Charleston, South Carolina church, the Emmanuel AME Church, during the funeral of those killed. And tonight reminds me of the far too many lives, children, adults, whose lives were taken by guns in the hands of a killer who should not have had that gun. You will hear repeatedly, so I won't go through my entire address. Let me just highlight. Gun violence continues to serve as a public health crisis. And I am horrified to see another devastating act of hateful gun violence in America. So let me join others in giving my thoughts and prayers with the families of the 8 innocent people who lost their lives due to this tragic hate crime in Allen, Texas. This story is not a new one, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this play out repeatedly. But we are very clear that thoughts and prayers are not enough. And I am honored, again, unfortunately, to have to say this, that I am a colleague and a friend to Congresswoman Robin Kelly. That early on she sat on that front row and said to us that I will no longer stand up and give 60 seconds for someone who's lost their lives, whether it was a mass shooting or whether it was a kid in a playground or a kid in a car. Enough is enough. How many times? A few weeks ago, I stood in the same spot with the same microphone begging, Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues to do more than say, trust in God and let's pray for 60 seconds. And every time we say that, multiple lives are lost in our district. There have been, as we heard earlier, more than 200 mass shootings in 2023. When will it end? How many lives must be lost? How many mass shootings must occur? How many times must we meet here on this floor for another special order hour or another moment of silence for families of the victims who have lost their lives? Begging, literally, I am standing here begging my Republican colleagues to join us in passing legislation that will help protect our communities. I have nothing against the Second Amendment. My father was a hunter. I've been around guns all my life. So it is not about that. It is about assault weapons. It is about those who should not be able to get a gun without being vetted, without being of proper age, without being able to go in a back alley or to a gun show and buy it. We need legislation like the Bipartisan Safer Community. We're coming tonight as Democrats with not just rhetoric and not just begging and pleading, but we're giving you resolve and actions. We need the first gun control action in decades that will combat more life-saving measures, like the universal background checks, banning high-capacity magazines, red flag laws, and raising the age to buy assault weapons. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye. Lastly, in my district alone, we have seen a number of lives being lost to gun violence. Over the weekend, 3 shootings across Columbus injured people, and including multiple family members and officers. The American people are demanding action. Mr. Speaker, I say to you, let it not be about Democrats and Republicans. This is what the American people who elected us are asking us to do. In action, Mr. Speaker, should not be an action. They tell us to direct all comments to you. You sit in the chair tonight. I am asking you that when you leave this chair and go to your caucus, you have an obligation, I believe, to share with them what you have heard on this floor tonight, what your constituents have said to you. And I think if we have any conscience of doing what is right for the American people, we will put gun violence at the forefront of our agenda. We will put people over politics. No matter what side of the aisle that we sit on, we should come together to do the right thing. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Rep. Beatty. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Robin Kelly.
Thank you to my colleagues for hosting this special order hour tonight. When I ran for Congress, I ran on gun violence prevention, and that was 10 years ago. And I'm running just as hard today. I always ask just who or how many have to be killed before we really do something about this public health crisis. According to a recent study by professors from Harvard and Cambridge, by the age of 40, half of Chicago residents have seen someone shot. Just seeing someone shot is known to cause trauma and PTSD that impacts your ability to lead a happy, healthy life. Our communities deserve better. 56% of Black and Hispanic residents under 40 witnessed the shooting, compared to 25% of white residents under 40. Black Chicago residents are more than 3 times more likely to be shot than white residents. 176 victims have been killed in Chicago in 2023. Just this weekend alone, 4 people were killed and 22 were wounded because of gun violence in Chicago. This past weekend, a 27-year-old man was shot while putting groceries in his car. Hours later, a Chicago police officer was fatally shot as she arrived home from work early Saturday. She was 24. Instead of graduating with her master's next week, it will be her funeral. And the next day, a 25-year-old man was killed in a drive-by shooting. Among the 22 wounded in the past weekend was a 15-year-old boy who was shot in the leg and rushed to the hospital. In the last month, around the country, a young lady was shot and killed turning into a driveway, something we've all done. A boy was shot because he knocked on the wrong door looking for his siblings. We've all knocked on the wrong door from time to time. A dad and a little girl was shot because the basketball they were playing with rolled in a neighbor's yard. Also, a gentleman was shot, 2 cheerleaders were shot because they went to the wrong car, something I know I've done before, and the guy jumped out and shot the cheerleaders. Is this the kind of country we want to survive in? Because I tell you, this is not living. We have got to do more. My colleagues have named the various things that we can do. And I work in a very bipartisan way, but I tell you, Republicans, you have blood on your hands. It is just amazing to me, in this 10 years, you've turned a blind eye. You talk about the Second Amendment. Many of us have told you we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe that people have the right to go to the park, to go to the store, to go to school, to ride a city bus, to come out of band practice, to come out of choir practice. What about those rights for those people? Think about it. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Colin Allred from Texas.
I thank my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday started out as a beautiful day. and families with kids just like mine headed to the Allen Premium Outlets. It's a place that every North Texan knows. It's where we go to get good deals, to get a new outfit for school or for work. Now, some of those folks are never going to come home. 8 people were murdered, and dozens of lives were changed forever. As a Texan, I want to say their names here so that they will live on in our congressional record for as long as our republic stands. The Cho family, Cho Kyu-sung, his wife Kang Shin-young, and their 3-year-old son James, just 3 years old. They are survived by their 6-year-old son William, a child who lost his entire world in one afternoon. Along with the Cho family, we also lost Christian LaCour, a security guard who died saving others, showing incredible bravery. Christian was just 20 years old. We lost Aishwarya Thadakanda, who was an engineer, moved to the U.S. from India just 5 years ago, full of high hopes, as well as Elio Cumain Rivas, who was working hard to send money home to his mother and father in Venezuela. And finally, Daniela and Sofia Mendoza. Daniela was in 4th grade. Sofia was in 2nd grade. Their mother, Ilda, is in critical condition. A high school classmate of mine emailed me yesterday, Mr. Speaker, to tell me that one of our classmates had a son who attended their elementary school. My district lies just south of the mall in Allen. This is deeply personal for me and for all North Texans. My deepest prayers and condolences go out to these families. I cannot imagine what they're going through. And I grieve with my fellow Texans as we endure yet another mass shooting. The wounds from that day will be with our community forever. It impacts all of us. I know because my wife and I have 2 boys who are 4 and 2. And I held my boys so much closer the morning after that shooting, and I know how so many parents are feeling right now. The fear that the next time it'll be your family in the wrong place, the wrong time. But I also don't believe that it has to be this way. I know it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to live like this. Our public places don't have to become memorials. Our places of worship, our malls, and especially our schools don't have to become the site of the next tragedy. And let me tell you, I am so sick and tired of hearing some politicians talk about what we can't do, or saying that just raising the topic is dividing us. That's not who we are. There is nothing that we can't do in the United States of America when we put our mind to it. We can keep our families and our children safe, and I'll tell you what, it's also not my Texas. Just yesterday, though, a bipartisan group in the Texas State House committee did vote to raise the age to buy an assault rifle from 18 to 21. That is my Texas, where folks can come together across the aisle to get things done, consistent with the Second Amendment, without abridging the rights of law-abiding gun owners. There are common sense things that we can agree on and that the American people overwhelmingly support, like universal background checks, red flag laws to keep the guns out of the hands of dangerous individuals who shouldn't have them, and raising the legal age to purchase semi-automatic rifles. We could do those right now in a bipartisan fashion. Let us start there and work together to save lives. And while we offer our prayers, and as we took a moment of silence tonight, let us act. For the North Texans we lost and the ones who will be forever changed. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Rep. Allred. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Rep. Lucy McBath.
I want to thank the Honorable Sherfilis, McCormick, and Jackson for hosting this evening the Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour on gun safety. This evening, we are in this chamber just merely weeks before we commemorate the massacre of 19 children in their elementary school. And in the last few days, even parents have died as human shields in Cleveland, Texas. A woman was murdered and 4 others wounded, even in my home state of Georgia. And a first grader lost both of his parents and his baby brother in the same shooting in Allen, Texas. 8 people murdered as they just simply went about their day. And what's our answer? Every day we wake up to more dead Americans. We wake up to thoughts and prayers. And we wake up to a refusal to act. Is this the God-given freedom endowed by our Creator? The freedom to go about our day and be gunned down in our malls, in our churches, and in our schools. Horrifically, first responders are finding little girls without faces in their first grade classrooms. Children are now orphans. Wives are widowers. And communities are simply being ripped apart. And thoughts and prayers, that's not stopping this carnage, this crisis, this ugly, horrific public health crisis. And if thoughts and prayers is all that we have to offer survivors like myself and all the survivors that we continue to see day in and day out in this country, I tell you this: faith without works is dead. Our prayers without action are hollow. God has given us the path to action. He has given us the tools to dam this river of despair that the American people are living in every single day of their lives. It's common sense solutions that saves lives. It's background checks, it's red flag laws, and it's banning assault weapons. How long are we going to simply stand here and do nothing? How long? How long do we stand in the silence? How long do we listen to the cries of mothers like me that have lost our children and our loved ones to unnecessary gun violence? This nation is under siege. And we're simply without the courage to act. The courage to pass laws that the majority of the American people support. That they're crying out for, they're begging this body to pass. I and hundreds of thousands of people like me are terrified that this carnage is going to continue. My son was murdered by a man who never should have had a gun. These children and these families were murdered by those who never should have ever had access to these weapons of war. The life of my son and all those that we have lost were endowed by our Creator. My son's life was stolen from him. These children, these families, they had a God-given right to live free from this violence. And it was taken from them. God has called on each and every one of us in this body to act. Only we can stop this. That truth is self-evident. We can keep guns out of the hands of those who shouldn't have them. And we can feel safe in our communities, free from the terror of gun violence, free from the grief and the heartbreak that our families and our communities live with every single day. We should be free to live our lives the way God intended us to live. I have been a part of this body, a member of this body for 5 years now. And I have lost count of the times I have come down here and begged my Republican colleagues to act, to put public safety over their love of guns. And the sad thing about it is I know deep in my spirit and my soul that this will not be the last time that I have to come down here and beg again. And I yield back.
Thank you, Rep. McBath. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Kamala Dove from California.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Florida and the gentleman from Illinois. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the terrifying regularity of gun violence across this country. The tragic shooting in Allen, Texas is part of a near daily pattern of gun-related tragedies in America. This year alone, there have been almost 200 mass shootings in our country. More mass shootings than we have had days in the year. I feel for the Allen, Texas community and empathize with a pain that too many American families understand.
I also feel for the survivors of gun violence that have to relive their own trauma every time another shooting occurs and watch as Republicans fail to act. Over 4,800 lives have been lost at the hands of gun violence this year. It is sickening because it is stone cold preventable. Every time a shooting rips apart a community, all we can offer are thoughts and prayers with hollow solutions that only kick the can down the road. No more thoughts, no more prayers, action. And no, this is not God's divine order. This is Republicans too cowardly to stand up and solve the damn problem. We've got to talk about guns. We've got to talk about guns. We've got to talk about guns. Unfettered access to guns, compounded with other challenges, is what creates these horrific scenes of death and devastation. Republicans must gather the courage to work with us and make our streets safer instead of hiding behind antiquated interpretations of the Second Amendment, because the majority of Americans want gun reform legislation because they want to live. Democrats have come together to offer a ban on assault weapons that Republicans have yet to bring to the floor or even consider. AR-15s shred anything in their wake. They are not used by hunters. They were designed to be used by snipers. Last Congress, Democrats and Republicans passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This legislation supports red flag laws, enhances background checks for those under 21, cracks down on gun trafficking, disarms convicted domestic abusers, invests in violence prevention and mental health initiatives, and funds school safety programs. President Biden signed this valuable legislation into law, but it is not enough to save the lives of our children, and we can and should be doing more. The House Republican majority is playing games, wasting precious time, bringing legislation to the floor that has no chance of being signed into law. If you cared about the life of every child, then deal with the public health epidemic of gun violence, because everyone's child is worth a life. We need an assault weapons ban, stronger background checks on gun ownership, gun storage. It must be stated that instead of working on these policies, some Republicans choose to inflame our gun violence epidemic with toxic, racist, or bigoted rhetoric. The Allen, Texas shooter reportedly espoused white supremacist ideology before his attack. The shooter had a fascination with mass shootings and fascism. So if you are amplifying hate, if you are amplifying xenophobia, then you are complicit in these deaths. Stop, for example, saying that white nationalists and white supremacists need mental health services while making racist comments about gun violence in Black and brown communities, or saying that those neighborhoods are worse than war zones, as the former president has repeatedly done. Because everyone's child is worth a life. We must come to the table on gun violence to save our communities.
The time for the gentlewoman from Florida has expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. Until 10 p.m., please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate your service for the citizens of Missouri. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Israel is a shining beacon of democracy in the Middle East. As she celebrates her 75th anniversary, I appreciate being joined by my colleagues in marking this important milestone of affirming our support for the U.S.-Israel relationship. As chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia, I am grateful to mark the historic 75th anniversary of Israel with a strong commitment to the partnership of our two countries. Since its creation, the United States has supported the Jewish state with bipartisan support from Congress, working to build a strong security, intelligence, and defense relationship enshrined by shared values and mutually strategic interest. A strong and secure Israel is a vital pillar of the national security policy of America in the Middle East for mutual benefit of stability for all countries of the Middle East. Congress has continually worked to support Israel with annual security assistance, defense cooperation, and an emerging relationship in key areas, including agriculture, high-tech, homeland security, cybersecurity, science, space, and health. Both our countries are committed to democracy and justice, and we continue to look for new ways to integrate Israel into the region, such as expanding the historic Abraham Accords that were promoted by President Donald Trump, that normalize ties between Israel and our Arab allies, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan. Instead of boycotts and isolation, I am encouraged that our Gulf allies see the future of Israel as working with the Middle East to tackle regional problems. Most importantly, Congress has marked the historic Abraham Accords by passing the Israel Relations Normalization Act of 2021 and encouraging more of our Middle East allies to deepen and expand their cooperation with Israel. Israel is the democratic anchor of the Middle East, and Congress will continue to support important regional cooperation through partnerships for peace and prosperity, including the Negev Forum. We support the right of Israel's right to defend herself against terrorism, and we are inspired by the Israeli resistance in the face of mounting threats. The borders of Israel are continually threatened by Iranian-backed groups, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Congress reaffirms its support for Israel's security by annually funding $500 million for cooperative missile defense programs to help Israel meet these growing threats funded by the Iranian regime. Without life-saving defensive systems like the Iron Dome, David's Sling, and Arrow 3, both Israelis and Arabs living in the region would be more endangered than ever. Israel is also threatened by continued efforts of the Iranian regime to get nuclear weapons. We are all concerned by the Iranian regime advancement of highly enriched uranium, advanced centrifuges, and its ballistic missile program, which it has never stopped, despite every effort of the Iran nuclear deal, which was such a fraud. Sadly, the Iranians never stopped developing ICBMs to attack Israel and attack, ultimately, of course, sadly, the people of the United States. When the extremists chant, "Death to America, death to Israel," they pledge to wipe Israel off the map by vaporization. We will continue to support efforts to enforce sanctions on the Iranian regime to cut off their resources and commitment to obtaining nuclear weapons. As we look to the growing challenges ahead and compete with the Chinese Communist Party, we must continue to work with our trusted and strategic ally to advance U.S. interests, as we also need to address war criminal Putin in his invasion and his aggression and his mass murder being conducted, sadly, in Ukraine as we speak tonight. I am grateful to have authored H.R. 1777, the U.S.-Israel Future of Warfare Act, to meet increasing threats in the areas of emerging technology by establishing a research and development fund to deepen the defense collaboration with Israel. Having visited Israel on several occasions, including the opening of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem in 2018, a highlight of my service has been to lead the House delegation for the U.S. Embassy May 14th opening in Jerusalem with Ambassador David Friedman, fulfilling promises made, promises kept by President Donald Trump. I will always cherish the warmth of the people, and I am grateful to partner with our ally in the charge ahead to prepare and confront the challenges of the next 75 years. May the U.S.-Israel relationship continue to flourish. May we continue to promote our shared interests, supporting democracy, peace, and cooperation throughout the region. I now yield to Congressman Don Bacon from the beautiful state of Nebraska.
Thank you to my great friend and leader from South Carolina. I appreciate the speaker leading us tonight. 75 years ago, the nation of Israel began anew, and it was a miracle. It was more than 2 millennium since Israel existed after the Romans sacked Jerusalem. It was a miracle that Israel survived after gaining its independence in 1948, when all of its neighbors invaded with the goal of erasing the new Israel off the map. Israel prevailed then. And has many more times when the odds looked bleak. It is a miracle today that Israel has become one of the wealthiest economies in the world and a regional power. Israel is a miracle, and I thank God for it. One of our previous presidents said we need light between the United States and Israel. And today I say unambiguously that I disagree, and I believe that we should stand shoulder to shoulder with our ally. We must support the security of Israel. America must stand closely by Israel when it is surrounded by many adversaries. We can never forget that over 2 millennium, when there was no Israel, that the Jews were targeted, abused, and often murdered throughout many places in the world. Jewish history will not forget what happened in Kishinev in 1903, where 49 were murdered and hundreds injured or raped. Or in Odessa in 1905, where 400 Jews were murdered and 1,600 homes destroyed. There are many of these barbaric examples, and we must never forget what happened in the 1930s and 1940s, where half of the Jewish population in Europe was murdered by the hands of the Nazis. Israel is a safe haven today for the Jewish people from anywhere in the world where anti-Semitism and repression exists, and America must help make this safe haven secure. In our support of Israel, we make clear the following. We oppose Iran gaining a nuclear weapon while it threatens to wipe Israel off the map. We oppose Iran's terrorism that seeks to murder Israelis and Americans. We condemn the blood money that the Palestinian Authority pays to those who murder innocent Israelis and visiting tourists. We oppose the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement that seeks to isolate and weaken Israel. And we oppose all the forms of anti-Semitism that we see today, and much of it is cloaked in anti-Zionist rhetoric. Today, our two countries are allies. It's a win-win relationship where both countries come out stronger. Let's remember, Israel is the only democracy in the region, and they share our values. Congratulations to our friends in Israel on their 75th anniversary. And with that, I yield back to my friend from South Carolina.
Thank you, Congressman Bacon. We now recognize Congressman Dale Strong of Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the U.S.-Israel alliance. This historic partnership has been a critical driving force behind the promotion of peace, stability, and prosperity in the Middle East. It is a partnership based on shared values and strategic interest. As we take a moment to commemorate this milestone, I would like to draw attention to the unique relationship between Israel and my home state of Alabama. Alabama was one of the first states to recognize the state of Israel back in 1948, and in 1997 presented a formal memorandum of intent to promote trade and technology transfer. Today, Israel is Alabama's 23rd largest export market, with significant collaboration on a number of projects, including missile defense and cybersecurity. More than half of the U.S. military's foreign weapons sales are managed through the Missile Defense Agency at Redstone Arsenal. Redstone is also proud to lead 4 joint U.S.-Israeli programs at MDA, including David Sling and the Iron Dome. Today, let us reaffirm our commitment to the U.S.-Israel alliance and continue to work together to build a brighter future for both of our nations. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Strong. And we now proceed to Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for organizing this evening. I rise today to recognize Israel's 75th birthday and 75 years of the U.S.-Israel relationship. The bipartisan alliance is vital to America's national security and to our fight against terror, including the threat of Iran and its proxies. Last night, we witnessed the IDF neutralize dangerous PIDGE targets in the Gaza Strip. Day after day, as Israel is threatened, The Iron Dome stands strong against those who seek to do its people harm, whether that's Hamas or Hezbollah or Palestinian Jihad. I remain in steadfast support of Israel's right to defend itself because, as I said, Israel's security is key to America's national security. It is the democracy in the region. Over 75 years, Israel has emerged as not only a beacon of democracy, but also a leader of technological, economic, and security, both in Israel and, of course, in great support to the United States. I've had the honor of visiting Israel many times and have witnessed firsthand the country's beauty and the people's resilience. It is a homeland for Jews from around the world. Right now, in my most recent trip, and you can see and feel the palpable excitement about the Abraham Accords, and as Israel continues to make history, as it normalizes with its Arab neighbors, expanding opportunities across the region, security protection, economic opportunity. Over the past month, I joined 2 congressional delegations to Israel with House leadership, showing Israel that our nation's strategic relationship is both bipartisan and stronger than ever. Mazel tov to our most important Middle East ally, Israel. I'm very grateful to be here this evening, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Congressman Grottheimer. We now proceed to Congressman Doug LaMalfa from California.
Well, I appreciate the time by my great colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and for having this event on a very special day for our great ally and friend, the nation of Israel. Of course, as it's acknowledged, this is the 75th anniversary of its Reformation back in 1948, but we know Israel's history is much, much farther than that, farther into the past than that, than those 75 years to the early times and the biblical days and how important that is to all of us. Indeed, God's chosen people. So they've overcome a lot in their 75 years of existence currently, including the day after they were formed, to be attacked in war by 5 neighboring Arab countries, trying to eradicate them. They fought them off. Allies around the world came in to help, but their own fierce determination to exist is what prevailed. Then, in 1967, the 6-Day War, as they were attacked once again while trying to peacefully exist. 6 years later, 1973, I remember that one, attacked once again. So they're constantly being under threat from hostile territory. Thank goodness, under the leadership of Israel and surrounding countries, with a lot of help from President Trump, we have the Abraham Accords in order to help promote more understanding and partnerships in that world with their neighbors. Building upon that, a more positive relationship with Saudi Arabia, and a good relationship with their neighbor Jordan. And so Israel has bent over backwards to be that positive force in the area. They wish to peacefully coexist. And when I've had a chance to visit Israel 3 times now and visit with the people and listen to their testimony, all they seek is solutions for peace, to exist with their neighbors. And when you even get a chance to get feedback from Arab Israelis, people of Arabic descent that live in Israel, they don't want to leave. They know it's better there under that style of government and that kind of freedom than any other that they could live in. So that speaks a lot to who the people of Israel are and what their goals are as a nation. Of course, they're constantly under threat. Indeed, when they've bent over backwards with land for peace, giving back the Sinai, and then giving back the Gaza Strip. What did they meet up with? Immediately after deeding over the Gaza Strip, rockets were installed there. Rockets rained down on Israel constantly. If you talk to the people there in Israel, many of them that are in the zones of those rockets know they have 15 seconds from alert to take cover. What an existence. So our alliance with them is very important because they are indeed a neighbor, a friend for all of us in the United States. Their innovation in areas of agriculture and water and drip irrigation, in the medical field, in aerospace, in missile defense. They're an important partner for us, as they're an extremely industrial and innovative people. So we benefit greatly from that partnership. So those that would criticize what we do to help them, I think, are in error for looking at it that way. It's still the only truly free nation in the Middle East. It's the most tolerant of religious minorities in the region, by far. Indeed, a beacon of hope in the Middle East, and that where political and economic freedom are possible, it can produce lasting success even in the most unlikely of places. But they always have that feeling of being attacked. Hamas attacking Israel. Iran, nearby, wants to continue to sponsor terror groups while it pursues its own nuclear weapons program. Hamas has on many occasions fired rockets into Israel, as I mentioned, with the aim of targeting civilian populations. When Israel strikes back, it's very focused on being sure it hits only military targets and does not harm civilians. So there's a big difference between how they operate and what their neighbors, their hostile neighbors, are trying to do to them. It's important we have this alliance and that we maintain that and be strong for them, because they are indeed the beacon of hope in the Middle East. They seek peaceful coexistence with their neighbors, and we should reward that with our continued backing and our continued friendship, because the United States benefits from it as well as those that believe that we have a long-standing tie that goes back to our founding and Israel's first existence on this earth. So I appreciate this time here to commemorate not only the 75th, but the greatness of Israel and the partnership we have. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for allowing me the time tonight.
Thank you very much, Congressman LaMalfa. We appreciate your leadership and tireless efforts on behalf of the people of Israel. As we're proceeding tonight, over the last week, I've had an extraordinary opportunity to truly appreciate the people of Jewish faith and what they've had to face. I visited Nuremberg in Germany, where the courtroom 600, where the Nazi leadership, anti-Semites, were convicted of the Holocaust, murdering 6 million Jews. I was there to see the site of where these perpetrators, these Nazi murderers, were ultimately executed. Additionally, I had the opportunity over the weekend to visit Warsaw, Poland, the extraordinary people today of Poland, where I witnessed the Museum of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews heroically resisted the mass murder by the Nazis, as the Soviets, sadly, were adjacent, shamefully, stood by within sight of the city of Warsaw and did not help. This actually really reminds us the Russian people have been abused in the past by their leadership, whether it be Joseph Stalin or now war criminal Putin. But the people of Poland have resumed, they have the second fastest growing economy in the world as they have escaped from communist totalitarian oppression. And so we know that ultimately good will prevail, as we see in the state of Israel today. And now proceed to Congressman Rich McCormick from the beautiful state of Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel. 75 years ago, 11 minutes after David Ben-Gurion announced the creation of the new Jewish state, President Harry Truman became the first world leader to recognize Israel. Our nations have been friends and partners ever since. The people of Israel have won against overwhelming odds and repelled many attacks over the decades. They have not merely survived, they have created a free and prosperous society, becoming our most valued ally in the region. What they have accomplished is nothing short of miraculous. They have revived a dead language and rejuvenated agricultural, technology, and prosperity. And no matter what acts of terror or threats they face, Israel will always have the right to self-defense and self-determination. I congratulate her people for this anniversary of independence in their historic homeland and pray that they may be blessed with strength, peace, and unity for generations to come. And with that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Congressman McCormick. As we proceed, it should always be remembered the United States and Israel have a long experience of strong mutual beneficial relationship based on shared values and security interest, while also promoting peace and regional stability. The United States and Israel face many shared threats. It is critical that Israel and the United States are at the forefront of emerging technologies. I was grateful to introduce the bipartisan U.S.-Israel Future of Warfare Act of 2023, which provides for collaboration between the two countries in the area of defense, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and directed energy. And this is done in a bipartisan manner with Congressman Steve Cohen of Tennessee, David Cicilline of Rhode Island, Dean Phillips of Minnesota. Over and over again, this is bipartisan, and I'm grateful that we work together to promote our shared mutual interests with the people of Israel. Israel's experience in combating terrorism is an invaluable resource in developing strategies to protect American families. The U.S.-Israel partnership supports over 255,000 American jobs. Bilateral trade has grown to over $49 billion annually. Israel is a leader in healthcare development. From cancer development to emergency response, Israel is a trusted partner to improve quality of life around the world. And as we conclude this evening, I'd like to point out that my appreciation of the Jewish state of Israel is something that I was born with. I was very grateful to be born in the holy city of Charleston, South Carolina. As we claim holy, it's not to disparage Jerusalem. We just have a significant number of churches that legitimately it can be the holy city of Charleston. And so growing up in Charleston, a very important fact is at the time of the American Revolution, the largest Jewish population in the New World was in Charleston, South Carolina. The first provincial constitution to recognize Judaism as religion was the provincial constitution of the province of South Carolina. The first Jewish elected official was in the provincial assembly of South Carolina. And then, sadly, the first Jewish American patriot killed in the American Revolution was in Charleston, South Carolina. And so the people of South Carolina just cherish our relationship with the people of Jewish faith, and we are strong supporters of the State of Israel. With that, I move the House to now adjourn.
Question on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for our debate.